chemical gold, spiritual wisdom from the Raven Kingdom. Art divides the living from the dead, the feeling from the unfeeling, the true seers from the blind. A chemical cold has a hold on minds. It's a zombie world, walking dead. Few know where they are, few comprehend this place. Matrix time will come to an end. Ravens and crows, ravens and crows, alchemical gold, spiritual wisdom from the Raven Kingdom. The Raven Kingdom. Evil is not eternal. Team Evil can never leave. They will stay here and pay the price. No mercy. They can never leave. Stay here, demons. Burn. The one true power, the one true power, the one
I can do anything. The darkest dream.
The one true power.
I am the Raven King. Your darkest dream. The power! I am
The one
forever. There is no other. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear. Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever reign.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. 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 Hello, my niggas. Hello. Hello, my niggas. Hello, my niggas. Hello, my niggas.
I love it when like Gen X and boomers get on here and try to offer advice and wisdom to the youth, and all it is them shaming us from the top of a giant money pile. That's cool. That's great. Don't join the military because it'll give you PTSD. Meanwhile, I've got 5 houses, 4 rental properties, and millions of dollars in my bank account. Even though the economy is worse than it's been since the Great Depression, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, that sounds like Gen Xers. 5 properties, rentals, millions in their bank accounts. That really sounds Oh, I love this skewed view. I love the envy of the younger generations. It's not all, but it's a lot like her. It's a lot like this. This chick here with the long face. Why the long face? My goodness.
Sit here with my mattress money and let you fucking die. But oh, don't join the military. Don't do that. Don't take any opportunity you possibly can to not don't. Like these dumb boomers and these dumb Gen X people are fucking sending me, and the amount of Gen Xers I know who are just cutting their children out of their.
So the military, I guess she's desperate to get money, so I don't know, why would she bring up the military? Does she want to join? PTSD, you wouldn't be fighting on a battlefield. You're a woman. You'd get special treatment. Right? 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 Do I think you're ever going to do anything with your life other than blame everyone else? It's doubtful. You come across as a complainer, a blamer. There's a lot like this on the screen. It isn't just her, but I know the minds of humans. They'll say she's this, she's that. They isolate. Oh, it's just her. There's millions like this. Millions. And a lot of you just can't get into that mindset. You've had tunnel vision. If I show you one bad being in this realm, you'll try to make them the ultimate villain. But you won't look around to your left, to your right, look up and down your street and say, there's a lot of these creatures. It isn't just the ones on the fucking internet, on YouTube.
Will. And when you ask them, hey, did your kids do something wrong? Why are you cutting them out of your will? They look at you like you've grown a third head, and they're like, no, they didn't do anything wrong, but it's my stuff. It's my stuff. I get to do whatever I want with my stuff. Like literally a generation of fucking gremlin. The worst economy since the Great Depression. The worst economy since the Great Depression. And all of our elders are hoarding wealth and property.
She keeps repeating herself. And the music is so cheesy in the background. Like, why did you add the music for dramatic effect? What's the point? So I know you're poor, you're struggling, and you're blaming everyone else. That's what it is. She's poor, or she wouldn't be making this video. She wouldn't give a shit to make a video like this if she had money. It's all about her. Aww. It's all about you. Are you a single mommy? Is that what you are?
Pricing up that property beyond fucking belief, and wagging their finger at us when we do anything to survive, which might be construed or seen as slightly morally reprehensible. You better hope that people do join the military, because I will tell you right now, the youth who don't join the military will be kicking in your fucking door. Because what the fuck do you mean you're gonna give advice? And what rubs me even the wrong way is most of these greedy bastards are supposed to be Christian, and we're supposed to take them seriously, right? These are supposed to be our Christian leaders, and they're fucking dumb. We've got a bunch of King Herod.
This is the way Christians speak these days, kind of like her. Fucking Christians, and they're fucking just classless. She's a Christian, by the way. She's a Christian. There's so many like this. Pathetic.
Fucking dumb. We've got a bunch of King Herod elders. Oh, everything will be fine in my time. I don't give a fuck about the kids. You know, when the prophet came to King Herod and told him that things were going to get worse for his children and the younger people, he was like, well, it's all going to be good in my time. He could have prepared, he could have helped, but he just fucked them all over. You could prepare, you could help. We're in economic warfare with the billionaire class. You could tap in and actually participate and help your children, but instead you're just a useless old fuck going on like fucking cruises and vacations. And I know I'm generalizing, but that's because generally speaking, Gen X and boomers are fucking horrible. And they're always giving out moral advice like they've lived this robust, awesome life. And I'm sure they have. I could too if I had fuck you money. And it's like they always give you advice like, oh, don't join the military. That opportunity that you've been restricted into because they shut down Job Corps and took away a bunch of opportunities strategically so that you could be funneled into the meat grinder of the war machine. You know, don't go to that. Don't.
See, if I was running America, I would be building those great asylums that they used to have. The ones that had railroads, they had railway stations, they had barber shops, beauty salons, they had their own post office, zip code. They were huge. They were like a self-contained city on acres and acres and hundreds of acres of land. And they were these massive asylums. And we could house these beings like this. It would cost us money, but either that or just float them away on doors, and that's the economical way. Float them away. Remember that old song, sail away, sail away. Just float them away. I don't know how people accept this kind of shit and think, well, of course you'd want to help her. She's a miserable bitch that blames 2 entire generations. And it's very female to do that as well. It is. And I'm including men or males that do that. They're behaving in a very female way, bitching and complaining and blaming. Instead of doing something to better themselves, better their lot in life, they just point the finger, bitch, and blame. It's very much like Jack Talcott. He's not masculine at all. A lot of these YouTubers aren't. I'm going to show you her eyes. Quite strange. But I'm not shocked at all. I've been showing this stuff for years. And I know that humanity in general, are a little bit slow. It doesn't take a year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 30 years. They still can't see. Even if you keep showing them again and again and again. There's something wrong with most humans. They accept everything as normal. Everything's normal. In a hell realm full of demons, you think everything's normal. That's extremely slow.
Don't take that offer from the devil, okay? But I'm going to be over here holding all my wealth. Don't go to that. Don't take that offer from the devil, okay? But I'm going to be over here holding all. Could be funneled into the meat grinder of the war machine. You know, don't go to that. Don't take that offer from the devil, okay? But I'm going to be over here holding all my wealth, not letting you have any of it. And then you've got these motherfuckers out here cutting their own kids off, acting like it's normal, being like, oh no, it's my stuff. It's my stuff. I can do what I want with my stuff. I can leave it to anybody. And it's like, okay, you can, but people are gonna look at you sideways for leaving all your money to charity when we've got the worst economy since the Great Depression. It's gonna look a little fucking weird to do that to them. And then you have all the struggle session, like all the struggle love boomers that are like, I worked like a dog and a slave and did all this and that in 1935. Why can't you do that? And the place they worked, it doesn't even exist. This one old bitch comes to me and she's like, well, I got a job at Macy's after my divorce and I did fine. I'm like, bitch, Macy's doesn't exist. The fuck are you talking about? Cut me a fucking check or shut up. I don't need your fucking advice. You're detached, you're rich, you're retarded. I did fine. I'm like, bitch, Macy's doesn't exist. I did fine. I'm like, bitch, Macy's doesn't exist. The fuck are you talking about? Cut me a fucking check or shut up. I don't need your fucking advice. You're detached.
Cut me a check or shut up. The entitlement. Does a stranger owe you money? Listen to this. I thought Macy's does exist. There's a Macy's in America, isn't there? Why don't you move somewhere if you can't get a job where you are at? Why don't you ask nicely for help from people instead of being this way? I wouldn't give you a cent with your attitude. Now, would I help people that are a lot better than you? Yes. Yes. But do I help entitled creatures like you? No, no. Float her away. Float her away.
You're rich, you're retarded. About cut me a fucking check. Macy's doesn't exist. Macy's doesn't exist. The fuck are you talking about? Cut me a fucking check or shut up. I don't need your fucking advice. You're detached, you're rich, you're retarded. You're one of the people that apparently needs to just like get out of the fuck.
Okay, so Macy's doesn't exist. It looks like it does. It looks like Macy's exists. They got a big sale on right now. Cozy cashmere. Oh, I like that. Cozy cashmere. It looks like Macy's exists. I don't think she's telling the truth. I don't think she's accurate.
Fucking way so we can all live well. You better watch out being a billionaire's bitch maid, because a lot of people are economically restricted. Being a billionaire's bitch, hey, so we can all live well. Hey, so we can all live well. You better watch out being a billionaire's bitch maid, because a lot of people are economically restricted and unable to leave. They aren't going to be able to reach like billionaires with their hands, but they can reach you. They can reach you. Maybe hold your fucking tongue.
Wow. Wow, that sounds demonic. That sounds demonic. There's a lot of young women like her. She's not the only one. And there's young men as well. It's not just young women, but it stands out. She happens to be female. And I'm going to show it. Some people don't like it. What's this? Everyone is sick of it. Everyone is sick of it. What's going on here? What's this?
Yeah, romantic as it is, I get the feeling she's...
So there was a white woman with great big boobs, it looked like, minding her own business, dressed well in a vehicle. And I don't know what that was. Was that a creature? What was that? That's not a monkey. What is that? I'm trying to figure out. Looks like a monster at the window. Is this a horror show? Is this a horror movie? What is this? Oh my goodness. Oh god damn. It looks like the son of Hank or something instead of the son of Lucifer. It's the son of Hank. Oh, Jesus. What the oh, God. It's the stuff of nightmares. The Negro at the window. Oh man, they love doing that. One of them did that to me as a child when I was a little boy. I was probably 2 years old, something like that, eating an ice cream in a car seat in my mom's car. She stopped somewhere to get some vegetables, and they used to have these vegetable stands, fruit stands where you could get corn on the cob and all kinds of stuff. And some Negro came up to the back window and said, can I have a taste?" And she leaned her head into the window, right into the car, like the window was down. It was a summertime and it was a nice breezy August day. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was my first encounter with a Negro, with a darky. She wanted to steal my ice cream. Look at his reaction, Paul Joseph Watson. 330,000 likes, 333,000 views. My goodness. 333.
Yeah, romantic as it is, I get the feeling she's not that into him. He just wants to make nice.
Dis-moi.
Ah, ça, célibataire, non.
Je suis pas intéressée. Mais je suis pas intéressée.
Ah, pourquoi?
Je suis pas intéressée.
Ah, ok.
Je suis pas intéressée.
Yeah, again, get the feeling she's not interested.
J'ai trop peur qu'il me suive. J'ai trop peur qu'il me suive. Il a commencé à prendre mon téléphone, il l'a jeté par terre. J'ai fait de mon mieux. Voilà, la vie que je subis au quotidien.
An everyday experience for young women in Europe.
Was Europe better before 70 to 80% of women voted for this? Was it better in Europe before it had all this diversity?
Or just a mythical far-right narrative.
We've got our own scumbags, our own predators, and our own sex pests. We do not need to bring in more.
This is not racism, they say, and they're not the far right. But a lot of what we heard sounded an awful lot like the far right's narrative.
Oh, they have the pink pussy hats. Now they're going to group in white feminist women with the far right. They'll do anything to group them in. Why would they choose to dress the same way as the pink pussy hat marchers in America? You lose all credibility with grown men that don't want to be around women that hate men. You lose all credibility. It's like men are just done at this point. We're just like, yeah, we just don't care anymore. We're losing care because you push things so fucking far. You group in all men. I'm just tired of it. Why don't you just focus on the ones that are committing the vast majority of the crimes? But they won't. They won't do that. And you just, every time you line up, you vote for more open borders. You vote for these liberal fucking governments that want the whole third world to come in to replace you. And you just don't get it. Giving women the vote was such a huge mistake in England, Canada, United States, everywhere. It just was. Because you're not responsible. You can vote to send young men to go fight and die in a war that you don't have to worry about getting drafted into. You have power without responsibility. And that never works out well for a society or a business or a family, a relationship. Power without responsibility is corrupt. And modern women are corrupt. You're corrupted by feminism, which is part of voting. Whether they actually count the fucking ballots or not, it doesn't even matter. It's the illusion that, oh, well, women voted for this, so they'll do it. And women will say, yeah, I think it's a good idea. They don't even have to count the ballots. It doesn't even have to be real. But it's the illusion. And that's how society works with voting. It's how it works with money, stock markets. It works. It works to destroy. And I don't think modern women will ever see what I'm talking about. There might be a few in the entire realm, but that's not nearly enough to make any difference at all. Doesn't make a difference whatsoever. So congratulations if you can see what I'm saying, but there's so few that can see it. Women keep supporting things getting worse for them. They can't figure it out. And I think I didn't live way back, but I think there was a time when women actually cared about their families and protecting their families, including their children, and maybe even cared about their husbands, possibly way back. Maybe. But these days, you want the whole third world to come in, and then you want to bitch and complain and say it's so dangerous for women. Well, what did you expect? What did you support? Overwhelmingly. It's not every woman, but it's almost every woman that supports it. It's very few women that say, I'm done with this. Why did we do this? How many women take responsibility and say, we as women fucked up with feminism, with all sorts of things we've supported for decades now, for generations? That's the thing. If you're going to have a good leader, you have to be able to take responsibility and admit to your wrongs, mistakes. And that really is not a strong suit of women. Women almost never admit to doing wrong or screwing up. They're not strong enough to do that. They have weak, fragile egos. They always want to blame someone else. They never want to point the finger at themselves, just like in relationships. How many divorced women will you see that say, yeah, it was my fault. I fucked up the marriage. It's on me. It's almost never. It's almost never. They'll just say that their ex-husband's a narcissist. It's funny how every ex of a woman these days in the West is called a narcissist. Ex-boyfriend, ex-husband. You treat men like we're all narcs, and you're just innocent, pure angels that can do no wrong. It's bullshit. It's pathetic.
And they're not the far right. But a lot of what we heard sounded an awful lot like the far right's narrative.
Oh yes, that horrendous.
When I see the pink pussy hats, I don't even want to hear what you have to say. It's just... So good job on the optics of wearing the pink pussy hats and adopting the pink, just like in America for years and years. It was, I think, Trump's first presidency with the pink pussy hat march. You just shoot yourselves in the foot, and any normal man that isn't a male feminist is going to say, yeah, I don't support them. I don't even want to hear what they have to say. If you're dressed like a feminist, I don't want to hear you.
Horrendous far-right narrative of...
Well, there's Indonesia on the map. I've got a viewer, at least one viewer, maybe multiple from Indonesia. A regular, I mean, not somebody that just found my channel. Regular for years. And there's the Philippines. I need more people from that region. Spread the word over there in Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, all those places, Vietnam, Thailand. I need more people from over there on my channel. There's Shanghai up there, Wuhan, 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 right up there. Interesting. Hong Kong. Spread the word over there. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
Checks notes. Mothers not wanting their daughters to be predated on.
Advocacy groups say exploiting the issue of violence against women and genuine safety concerns is a common far-right tactic.
The common far-right tactic of pointing out manifestly provable crime statistics.
I don't want my daughter to be sexually assaulted by men that have come over to this country that we've got no background checks on.
A lot of the things that you are saying are the talking points of the far right.
Offer up your daughters on the altar of mass migration, or CNN will demonize you as far right.
And all I heard was a Middle Eastern accent ask me if I'm okay, and that's when I knew that it was in fact not my friend, and I knew that something was wrong. And I said, yes, I just need to get back to my friend. And that's when he comes up to me and he grabs me by my face and he just starts kissing me.
Still, at least young European women experiencing this as they reach voting age are fully informed about the real threat.
What is the biggest threat to your country?
Russia.
The far right.
Russia.
The chronic underfunding of education. Lose our identity, our nation, because of Russia.
Russia.
The increase of the far right ideology.
Enjoy your holidays, girls. I've heard Paris is nice.
Also ich habe da jetzt irgendwie auch keine Worte.
Jenny! Machst du hier eine Buch?
Ich habe jetzt auch keine Worte.
War hier Bürgerkrieg? Was ist denn los hier?
Britain is now the rape capital of Europe. Don't worry though, because the government's got a plan.
Well, they're laughing about it until they're no longer laughing. Women don't build civilizations. They tear them down. And they might tear them down at a slower pace than darkies, but they do tear them down. If you want a city destroyed like Baltimore or what happened in Detroit decades ago, just let the darkies run wild. They'll tear it down. They don't build cities. Look at this creepy creature here. Some people would look at that and say, don't judge him by his looks. Don't judge by the mustache, the look in the eye, the face, the hair. Just looks like a filthy douchebag. But I see something there. Right away, I know it's a demon. It's a cockroach. Now, do I think that most of you on Earth, most humans can tell? No, I don't. I think with most of you, you look at this and say, he's normal. That's normal. There's nothing dark about that, nothing evil, nothing demonic. But for me, it's right away in the first split second, not even 1 second. I know what it is. You should be able to spot this with ease, but I know most walking this earth can't do it. You demonstrate you can't do it because you trust and you follow these creatures quite often on YouTube and celebrities and politicians and whoever. You're following around creatures like this. If it's not Landry, it's another one. You can't see. You humans show me that you can't see. You're just walking blind. You can't tell how fucking dark that is. You can't tell that that thing would be capable of doing hideous things. You can't see it. Even with somebody telling you and showing you and trying to coax you to see it, trying to push you a little bit in the direction of, hey, take a look. Most on earth can't see this because there is something wrong with most of you. You're spiritually blind and you're spiritually lazy and you're spiritually retarded. Most on earth could be fooled by a creature like that. You'll send him money and support him. He's showing you how fucking he's showing you what he is. And this is what they do.
To fix all this by training teachers to spot early signs of misogyny in white boys and sending the lads on anti-misogyny training courses while continuing to import hundreds of thousands of young men like this.
Did you get his bonnet? Wow, these guys are so rude. Welcome to the UK.
Very hostile behaviour.
These people need to be deported. These actual people that we're filming now need to be deported.
While absolute wrong-uns like this culturally enrich our communities.
I got you on video playing with yourself, you dirty little perverts, outside some woman's house. No, not fucking sorry, you dirty little fuck. No, you are getting reported to the police. You're on camera. You're on camera playing with yourself, you dirty little pervert. There's kids. Yeah, there's kids. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. You're playing with yourself in front of people. Yeah, you what?
Because apparently all this is caused by teenagers watching too many Andrew Tate videos.
The government says 40% of young men have positive views of Andrew Tate. He's blamed for fueling toxic masculinity.
Andrew Tate is just one in a long line of angry men.
Shitlibs continue to celebrate London as a success story of multicultural integration, perhaps hoping no one will actually visit the place to find out for themselves.
This is London. This is how many mosques are around me. This is what the sign looks like when you get off the train here. These are the advertisements you see. This is what the political candidates look like. This is what it's like walking through the grocery store here. The UK has become unrecognizable.
In pursuit of becoming an artist, I've moved all the way from New Zealand. So lovely. There's nothing.
After 2 Islamic terrorists slaughtered beachgoers in Sydney, more suspects were arrested earlier today. And the Australian government unveiled bold new laws to stop it from happening again by policing naughty words on the internet.
Making hate an aggravating factor in sentencing crimes for online threats and harassment.
So they're doing this to shut down Islamic extremism, right? Well, not exactly.
To support our society, which is diverse, but that diversity is a strength.
But they're going to go after the Muslim hate preachers, right?
Do you feel like there needs to be, and should there be, a greater emphasis on hate speech from Muslim clerics in the western part of Sydney?
I think, as I said earlier, what we've done is criminalise more forms of hate speech. And we criminalise the Nazi salute.
Oh,
so should there be a greater emphasis on this hate speech from Muslim clerics then?
What? I don't want to.
So what's the real purpose of these new laws?
Doing everything we can to keep safe the vibrant multicultural society that we have.
Oh, the world you grew up in no longer exists. Europe banned this in 2022, not because it's dangerous, because it works too well. Big Pharma's trying to develop a $3,000 version of it, so they're trying to ban the cheaper version. Classic move. A Harvard clinical trial found that 1,000 milligrams of NMN daily safely increased NAD levels by up to 2 times. Researchers also observed reductions in fat mass, cholesterol and blood pressure, confirming NMN's potential to reverse key markers of metabolic aging. Here's Harvard Medical School's Professor David Sinclair talking about it.
Of the people that I know that look freakishly and unusually young for their age, that I have met in, say, the last 36 months, I cannot get over how many of them have told me that I'm on NAD and I'm on metformin. And I'm talking about everywhere from a gym to a golf course to a business meeting. And I'm talking about visually, shockingly looking young people, mainly people in their 50s that look like they could be in their 30s or early 40s to me. So when you say NAD, do you believe in the IV therapy? Do you believe in the stuff you can inject with subcutaneously? Or are you speaking specifically about this precursor that you were referencing?
Well, what I believe doesn't so much matter, but the scientific...
With the understanding that the person taking them leaves the correct payment. Watch what happened when an honesty box in a rural Dutch. The person taking them sold unattended with the understanding that the person taking trust society than the honesty box. Goods being sold unattended. There's perhaps no greater emblem of a high trust society than the honesty box. Goods being sold unattended with the understanding that the person taking them leaves the correct payment. Watch what happened when an honesty box in a rural Dutch town encountered diversity.
What did you?
The Dutchies. They used to have things like this, and it wasn't as sophisticated as this. It wasn't as, how can I put it? When I was growing up, on our way to our cottage, there would be little stands. And it wouldn't even be a place to walk in. It would just be a stand with food and a little box to put money in. Sometimes they'd have a fridge, and it would just be an ice box, okay? It wouldn't even be with electricity like this little cooler here. And my parents would stop there and they'd put money in. They'd get vegetables or get whatever. And if no one was there attending, they'd put money in, we'd leave. But you have to have a high trust society to do that. Now look at this guy. Looks like he's got Air Jordans on, and they take everything because they don't care about you. They don't care about you. They don't care about your country. They don't care about the laws. They don't care about breaking trust. They're thieves. And a lot of you just are too slow to get it. Now, if this happened to people like that, you'd get it right away and start crying, saying, oh my goodness, people stole from these immigrants, these poor people. But when it's white people, most people don't give a shit. They just tolerate it. Watch what they do here. You're supposed to write down what you took, and there's the prices there, and you leave money. And you could even leave a little bit extra as a tip, saying, well, I'm not going to count out my change. I'll just leave cash. I'll leave what you took might be $18.03. You just put a 20, right? You just put it, and they just are not the same. Some of you just can't understand. And there's big channels noticing it. Again, Paul Joseph Watson, 2 million subscribers. But there's people on my channel that don't even get it, which is sickening because there's something wrong with you. You don't want a high trust society. You want diversity. You want what's coming up. This is what you want. This is what you got.
There's perhaps no greater emblem of a high-trust society than the honesty box. Goods being sold unattended with the understanding that the person taking them leaves the correct payment. Watch what happened when an honesty box in a rural Dutch town encountered diversity. The face of someone uplifted by the quaint charm of a local farm stand? Nope.
Where'd they come from? Somewhere in Africa or Iraq, Afghanistan? Where did they come from? He looks to be well fed. He hasn't missed any meals. Look at his big belly here. Look at this.
Right, 6 stolen boxes of eggs. Surely that's enough. Nope. Right, 6 stolen boxes of eggs. Surely that's enough. Nope. Couple of bags of potatoes and he's gone. Surely that's enough. No.
Okay, chop it.
They don't care. They're not looking at the prices. They have no intention of paying. As soon as they found out there's no one there, they just steal. That's their instinct, to steal. To steal. And that's why you don't have a high trust society. Now in Japan, they can still have stuff like this. They can have places that are the honor system. You pay for what you take. But it's a high trust society. There's tremendous shame put onto thieves and criminals. But you import the third world, they don't give a shit about you, your business, your money, your family, your country, your lives. They don't care. They'll just destroy and steal. And they show it. And a lot of you you just don't want to face it. You're not honest and you're too weak if you can't see what this is. And these two aren't the only ones that would do this. There's lots of them that would do it.
Well, at least the salad remains safe.
Morcuri, mai luăm? Morcuri.
Interesting how Brits call it a salad. We would call it vegetables. To be a salad, it would have to be prepared into a salad. It would have to be cut up, maybe some salad dressing on the side or on top of it. It would have to be tossed into a bowl or a salad, not just raw vegetables like this. But Brits often call it salad like that. It's interesting. Look at them. Look at them just smiling, laughing it up, taking everything, looting. Now, normally I don't like the Dutchies. Everybody here knows that. I have not had good interactions with Dutchies from anywhere that have come here, including Voy and others. There's just something about them that's actually, for the most part, the ones I've run into, abhorrent, disgusting, rude, egotistical, full of themselves, not nearly as bright as they believe themselves to be, just full of themselves, big attitudes. And they try to cover it up, saying we're just direct and blunt. No, bluntness and directness are something different than what I experience with most Dutch people. I don't like liars, okay? I don't like that. I don't like degenerates. Now, am I saying all Dutch people are that way? No. I've just had bad experience after bad experience. Maybe one day I'll run into a Dutchie that I can actually have a conversation with that isn't a piece of shit. Now, as much as I do not like most of the Dutch people, or any of them I've encountered really, I still feel bad for this Dutch person running this little farm stand here that was robbed. They did not deserve this. No one does if you put up a stand like this. And you're depriving, these fuckers are ruining it for everyone else, depriving them, because other people probably love to get fresh, probably organic vegetables. Maybe not, I don't know for sure, but you're ruining it for everyone else. And they don't care. They don't care at all. Brazen and bold. Would they be that way in a country with firearms? Where somebody could say, you're robbing my fucking place? Look at this. Sorry to have to point this out, but he's got plumber's crack. His pants are falling down. This fat ass here, his pants are falling down as he raids this cooler. You still glad that you let them in your country to do this to you? This is how they repay you. This is their gratitude for opening up your country and saying, yeah, come on in. You can pretend to be a refugee or an asylum seeker. Come on in. Come on in and steal everything.
Okay, so finally they're gone now, right? Nope. Obviously not big fans of fizzy drinks. They've survived. I stand corrected. That's presumably the owner looking baffled. Turns out he was working just yards away and they brazenly did it right in. I stand corrected.
All right, you can see the reflection of the owner in the window. Baffled. Baffled. You got robbed by what you would call migrants. I would call them invaders. Most of you, white people is what I mean when I say you. Most white people would call them migrants or asylum seekers or refugees or displaced people or poor people. And I would call them invaders. I try to be accurate with my words. I'm weird that way because most humans try to put a fake positive spin on shit. The owner, I don't know if that's a man or woman, but they're like, what happened? I thought we were all the same. They're like, I thought we were all the same. I thought that all people are the same. Surely people that come from somewhere else in the world wouldn't mistreat us and our food stand and our country, would they? They wouldn't abuse us and our children, would they?
That's presumably the owner looking baffled. Turns out he was working just yards away and they brazenly did it right in front of him. Someone translated it and they were literally saying, take, take, take. The owner was devastated and in tears upon reviewing the footage, telling local media they weren't scared at all. That's the worst part, as studies have proven diversity destroys high-trust societies.
There's another food stand. Who would have thought that diversity is not a strength? Something I've been saying, I can't even remember how long ago it was. It must be decades that I've been saying it isn't a strength.
At all, that's the worst part, as studies have proven diversity destroys.
They need an academic study for this. Danish academic study finds diversity is not a strength. Ethnic diversity and social trust. Your societies are getting worse and worse and worse. And your pretending doesn't work. Keep repeating the slogan ad nauseum. Diversity is a strength, or diversity is our strength. No, it isn't. Never has been.
These high trust societies.
Unity would be a strength. People united, whether they work together, neighbors helping neighbors. That's a strength, not diversity. Diversity is not a strength. Multiculturalism is not a strength. Unity is a strength. Being united, working together. These people do not work together. They steal from you. They harm you. They make your society low trust, where you can't trust anyone. You can't leave your bike somewhere. You can't leave your suitcase sitting for 2 seconds, or a camera. You can't put up a camera stand, run along and steal your camera, or you can't do anything. Low trust society. And that affects your quality of life. It makes it worse.
Birmingham City Council just proudly announced the rollout of its new diversity bollards.
It's all about the diversity. You got to put these up so they don't drive over your people, run them down in trucks.
What the fuck is that music? These measures stop hostile vehicles from entering pedestrian areas. Hostile vehicles like what? Evil Kit from that Knight Rider episode.
Wait, get!
By hostile music, these measures stop hostile vehicles from entering pedestrian areas. Hostile. Birmingham City Council Birmingham City Council just proudly announced the rollout of its new diversity bollards. What the fuck is that music? These measures stop hostile vehicles from entering pedestrian areas. Hostile vehicles like what? Evil Kit from that Knight Rider episode.
Wait, get!
By hostile vehicles, they mean Islamic terrorists.
I'm just beside our new HVM bollards here on New Street. We've installed them to help protect and make our city centre safer.
Safe from who? Safe from our greatest strength.
Diversity is a strength.
Meanwhile, in Poland, strangely no need for diversity bollards. Another plot to attack a Christmas market in Magdeburg, Germany, and another plot to attack a Christmas market in Dingolfing, Landau, Germany. New Year's fireworks cancelled in Sydney and cancelled in Paris. If you have to cancel holiday celebrations because a significant portion of your population might try to kill you, your nation has been conquered. The world you grew up in no longer exists.
Tiny tots with eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight.
Európa egy civilizációs megsemmisülés. Én inkább azt mondanám, hogy egy civilizációs átalakítás.
Meanwhile, the political establishment is telling us to get our kids ready to fight Vladimir Putin.
Sons and daughters, colleagues, veterans will all have a part to play. To build, to serve, and if necessary, to fight.
Enlist now to save your country from an invasion by Russia. My brothers in Christ, we've already been invaded.
If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.locals.com.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy the video I made on the apophatic method. I tend to cover things that you won't see on other channels, but they don't have the knowledge or the spiritual wisdom to be able to speak about very much at all. Most other channels just scratch the surface. They stay very surface level. Or in some cases, they're envious of me, so they bash me. Or they steal from me and copycat from me. They don't have the mind that I have. They are not El Diablo.
39-year-old Urena was waiting at a stop sign along with her mother and aunt while returning home after a good day. But she had no idea it would be the last time all of them would ever see each other. Viewer discretion is advised, as what you're about to see is the heartbreaking aftermath of the crash and how it made everyone's blood boil when they discovered who the driver of the SUV was.
There's 3 unconscious females and a white car in here.
3?
3 unconscious.
We're gonna have 3 unconscious females in one of the cars.
Gasping for air.
One of the vehicles, one is
dead. And there's a person in the back seat we can't reach.
Open this door. There you go.
See how far
Oh my God. Oh, pobrecita. Oh, pobrecita.
¿Cómo estás, Mima? ¿Me oye?
Yeah.
Jody, what do you have there? Jody, what do you have on that side?
There's a lady.
I know, yeah, I know, I see it.
Una señora que está desmayada. El driver está desmayado.
Jody, take her seatbelt off. You can't?
No, you can't. You can't. The doors.
I got it. She's breathing. She's breathing. One of the passengers not alert, not conscious, and not breathing. Driver is not alert, not conscious, but she's breathing. Passenger in the back, not alert, not conscious, and breathing.
Dame un chance ahí, jefe. Dame un chancecito ahí, por favor.
Try to on arrival 15.
¿Tú me oyes? She's breathing, Jordy. She's breathing.
Jardy, can you move the seat to the front a little bit?
No, bro, no, don't move.
39-year-old Yarina was waiting at a stop.
We can't do nothing about it. The only thing we can do about
Where you going?
This way. Okay. This one, I think we can carry her out. She's like I'm gonna breathe in. We gotta get a pulse.
Unfortunately, Yarina and her 71-year-old Aunt Gloria died on the spot as they took most of the impact, which threw the car onto the lawn. Her mom, 66-year-old Liliana, was in life-threatening condition and was soon going to be airlifted to the nearest hospital. The 15-year-old SUV driver was identified as Michael, and he had taken his parents' car without their permission, along with 2 other friends, for a joyride. He was in just 8th grade and had no license when he decided to accelerate the car to 83 miles per hour in a 30 miles per hour zone, running stop signs and crashing into Yarina's car, all because he wanted to impress his friends. He was yet to realize the severity of the situation he was in.
Hold on, it's simple. Go. What happened? Bottle. No, it's okay. Hey, ¿cómo está, señora?
Were you able to get?
Yes, rescue's doing that, okay?
When I got to her, the driver was seizing and she was vomiting.
Did anybody see the accident?
I don't know if these people were outside.
Okay.
We live 2 houses down, so we came running.
Come over here. Let's see if I can find anybody that wouldn't. Yeah, I got.
The guy who knew what happened.
Okay, who is this guy? I need to find someone. Who is that guy with the blue shirt? With the blue shirt?
Yeah. And there was another one. There was young lady.
He was the one telling him that this white car was heading. They're fine. You guys are good, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because rescue's taking care of something a lot more. You guys, are the other people? Hang tight. Somewhat. ¿Quién vio lo que pasó? ¿Nadie vio lo que pasó?
Hey, can we get this lady out from here with 48?
Señora, por favor, que usted está aquí, señora. No, pero tiene que irse.
No, a mí no me importa, tiene que irse.
Tiene que irte. Esto no es para jugar, esto no es un juego aquí. No, no. Tu sobrino allá, aquí hay 3. Tu sobrino está bien, aquí hay 3. Por aquí están afuera. En el rescue, pero ella. See who is looking for?
Sobrino, yes, y dice que está aquí.
No, eso fue un reaction. Escúchame, él está bien. Tranquilo, él está bien, solo tiene que esperar del lado allá.
Él está bien, ya está rescue.
They took him out, okay, and it's only going to be one airlift, one transport. She was the one that was in the rear.
It's 15 years old, that driver.
This one?
Yeah.
That's right.
Do we know that there's only these cars involved?
3 cars, 17. Yeah, that's what they told me.
When I heard that, I'm like, this you never hear 17s car hit.
Yeah, I know. I
heard
3 car fatalities, and I'm like, that's
this
a
is
weird
very,
spot.
very quiet. This little area right here is very quiet, man.
Although it makes sense if you one of these old neighborhood intersections.
This is more like a chill, like.
And it sucks because I heard a 15-year-old kid. I'm thinking, oh, way to go, dickhead. But I guess actually, I mean, he might have been speeding, but it was actually the other car that probably ran a stop sign or violated it. That sucks, man. You got 2 dead family members just sitting in the car.
This is sad. You know, at the end of the day, you know, it's sad because somebody's mom or somebody's loved ones got killed, bro. It's a hard blow.
A community coming together Saturday to remember 2 lives taken too soon.
In a way that it was violent, in a way that was preventable, just because some child decided to take a joyride.
Yarina Garcia and Gloria Hernandez killed after police say 15-year-old Michael Santiesteban took his parents' car and sped in excess of 80 miles per hour through this Hialeah neighborhood.
Maybe he thought it was cool, but that's not cool. That does not make you cool. You took away somebody that I love.
Michael's actions had devastated Yarina's family, and nobody was able to fathom that the three were gone and would never return. He was arrested the next day and was soon going to be taken to juvenile court, but fate had something else in store for him.
English, Spanish?
Both.
Both?
English is better.
All right, you have anything on you that I should be concerned about?
No.
I'm gonna just be the one transporting you, all right? All right, this is just policy. I'm not doing anything. Just put your hands on the car, spread your legs. Just making sure that you have nothing. Put your hands in the back. Interlock your fingers. The most comfortable, the tighter you get your wrists, the more comfortable it is. All right? This is just policy of how I have to take somebody in the back of the car. All right, just get in there, watch your head.
2235.
Good? Let me see this. Good? Pull it over more. Yeah, just turn your body to there.
Turn sideways so your knees don't...
It's a short ride, so we'll be there.
Spread them out, okay?
Once we get upstairs, I'll switch on to the front. It's a little bit more comfortable.
Since he was arrested, the teen has been home with his parents, but that all changed today when he was transferred to the adult county facility.
The state has filed an information in adult court charging you with 6 counts. Vehicular homicide, a second-degree felony, 2 counts of vehicular homicide, 1 count of reckless driving causing serious bodily injury, driving while license is suspended causing death.
I should be dead. Not her. I'm going on 60. Why her?
Garcia says his niece had just become an accountant. She was the light of their entire family.
My sister was loved. My sister who could not hurt a soul. She was so kind.
The family also praying for Yarina's mother, Liliana Hernandez. She was also in the vehicle and remains in the hospital in critical condition.
5 months after the accident, Yarina's mother, Liliana, passed away while fighting for her life in the hospital. Michael, who was the only child of his parents, was shown no mercy in juvenile court for his crimes, as the judge denied his bond and ruled that he be tried as an adult. He later pleaded guilty to all charges and was sentenced to 15 years in prison, followed by 15 years of probation.
It's very hard to talk, so I've written this out. Asked my attorney to please read it. I want to say I'm really, really sorry.
His defense attorney argued he should be sentenced as a youthful offender. His family testified despite some behavioral issues, he was a good kid.
Please understand that in the end, he's a child, he's a boy.
But the state argued his actions, despite his age, were too reckless to ignore.
The sentencing guidelines call to take into account the severity of the offense and the circumstances surrounding it.
Michael was also banned from having a driver's license for 15 years following his release, and any violation of his probation would result in an additional 30 years in prison. YouTube thinks you'll love the video on screen. Click to watch now.
Is this a hell realm? Is this a hell realm? Is this a hell realm? Their lives were lost because a 15-year-old fat kid wanted to joyride in his parents' vehicle over 80 miles per hour in a little residential, quiet little neighborhood with stop signs, and destroyed lives that quickly. So people grieve the loss of their loved ones because it's a hell realm. It's something that most people don't want to confront. They don't want to face it. Because most in this realm are weaklings and liars and cowards. They don't want to face where they are. They don't want to face it. Hello, Salty Siren. Hello. 17 people tuned in. I suspect there's some demons watching right now. They love to lurk here and watch me. They love it. Is this a hell realm? Is this a hell realm?
It's 7:30 p.m. in Waukesha County, Wisconsin, where police respond to an alleged drunk driving crash that has just left a teenage girl and her dog fighting for their lives.
Yes, ma'am. She was in a car accident. She will be going to the hospital. Okay? So Memorial Hospital. I think that's it. I think it's my jaw, my leg. I get my leg out of here. No!
I just wanted to make sure you were okay.
Are you okay?
Police identify the suspect, seen here, as 19-year-old Jason Zehe, who has yet to learn the severity of his alleged crime.
Is she okay? I'm okay.
Okay, she's taking paramedics right now.
Were you in the car?
She is too.
I was the driver.
Can we get someone to there? Because there's a lady in there that's on the
The middle one? Yeah, there's a paramedic over there.
I'm so sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Sir, they're not going to let you just pick her up and take her home. She's going to the hospital. This is a bad accident.
She is 18, and I was wearing my seatbelt, and I am 19.
Witnesses said Jason was driving this pickup truck with his 18-year-old girlfriend in tow, who also suffered serious injuries in the crash.
She's laying on the ground. She thinks she may have a broken jaw.
I think we're okay.
Her head is. She is with paramedics now.
Please treat this.
She is not good, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was sorry.
Come talk to me, okay?
Is she okay?
She's gonna be okay. She's conscious, she's talking, she's gonna be okay. Let her let the paramedics do their job, okay?
Okay.
What's your first name?
She's getting cold.
Jason.
How is she related to you?
Girlfriend, boyfriend, type shit.
She's gonna be okay.
What? I'm sorry.
What's your first name?
Keep going.
I need the intersection shut down from every direction.
What? No. We'll get out of here. No, we're not gonna. I'm sorry.
He's standing, he's moving around.
You okay, buddy?
Yeah.
You got a lot of blood on you. Does anything hurt right now?
I'm just a stupid boyfriend, I guess. I was just trying to take her home. I was trying to take her home, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened.
Were you going this direction?
Yes. I'm not some drunkard all the time.
I don't think you are at all.
I crashed. Is she okay?
But you gotta let her be. You gotta let them do their job.
The most important person that was in the accident, I believe, is standing right there next to
She is. Yeah, it wasn't me.
next to the vehicle right here.
It wasn't me.
He's the one that seems to be most important.
Yeah,
like communicative and stuff.
I wasn't.
Oh, that's not.
I'm just supposed to have you're in such shock.
No.
In the car, seen here, first responders find 17-year-old Megan Voss unconscious but breathing, with her injured dog Blue by her side. Megan was airlifted to a hospital where she was pronounced dead, and Blue was later put down due to the extent of his injuries.
All right, well, we're gonna have to speak to some officers.
He killed a girl and her dog, similar to Landry's daddy. Landry's dad ran over a little girl, hit and ran, drove away. Most of these creatures don't care who they kill. They don't care.
Correction. Has anyone talked to you? Half and half.
Okay, do you have an ID on you?
Yeah.
All right.
I can. I'm sorry.
You're all right.
I got in this accident. He's in there, and
Who was driving?
I was.
You were? Do you have your ID on you?
Yep, that's what I'm getting right now.
Nothing hurting poorly?
I'm good. I'm done. I don't need no I don't need no fire. I'm good.
We're gonna, I mean, with this mechanism of injury, we're gonna definitely want you to get looked at, especially we got some.
I know,
traumas.
but I really cannot afford.
Don't worry about the money, buddy. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter right now, okay?
I'm sorry. I just got fucking hit by a semi truck. Okay, man.
I got you. You're good, man. Just take a deep breath. We're gonna get you checked out by fire, okay?
No,
It doesn't cost you any money. It's gonna be paid for by the city.
Okay.
But right now, we need to get you taken care of.
Okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
You're okay. You're okay. Take a couple deep breaths.
Yeah.
Here, do you want me to look for it for you?
It's somewhere in this pocket.
I got you. Okay.
Fuck, that's my security or my social security.
So in one of these, you said?
It's in somewhere in this wallet. Oh, right here. It's right here. It's right here.
Perfect.
Here
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
You're okay. You're okay, man. Go sit on this cot. Let them take a look at you, okay?
I'm all.
Is this the plate to your car?
That car doesn't have a plate. Okay. I just bought that car.
Okay.
A few days ago.
I gotcha.
Jason is taken to an ambulance while other officers talk to witnesses.
This car was coming this way very fast.
This one?
No, this car.
The one? Oh,
It was coming very fast and flashing its brights.
Yeah.
And this car it stopped and started to come through to the intersection, and I saw that, this one was flashing its brights like I ain't stopping, and smashed right into her. And then
what direction was she going?
she was coming this way.
She's coming.
I was the car that just got through the intersection, and then I saw him flashing the lights. He was going pretty
This guy was
quick.
flashing the lights.
And she was already at the stop sign. I got there first, so I passed. She came in. I noticed him flashing, going fast, and then I heard the slam, and then I turned around.
So was she in the intersection first?
Yes.
He was in the intersection
And
first.
he just went right through the
He just
stop sign?
flew right through, probably 40 miles an hour.
How did
Witnesses tell police Jason was driving erratically and flashing his brights before flying through a stop sign and slamming into multiple vehicles. Next, we join Jason in the ambulance, where medics and investigators have a few questions for him.
If you guys want to take, like, how much I was drinking tests or whatever, you can do that too.
Are you drinking tonight?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No, like, literally nothing. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can take that, and I would
Any
prefer
recreational
that.
drugs?
No.
Okay, just checking.
I haven't taken anything, and I just smashed into that car, and now it's my record. So, oh my God, okay, so I know I hit that car, but am I okay? Like, is she okay, or whoever I hit is
I don't
okay?
know. That's really not you're my concern right now.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Alright, you're gonna feel a big poke over here. Hold still. 1, 2, 3.
No, that poke is fine. I just wish I wasn't drunk on that side.
What's that? I missed that.
Am I drunk on that side?
No.
Like, confirmed? Like, am I just...
Why would you say that?
Well, I'm just saying, like, why is it beeping? You know?
Oh, that's just the pulse ox. It's measuring your pulse. It's just having a hard time.
So am I gonna get, like, arrested right now? I crashed on the phrase, probably.
Just relax your head back against
I know.
that.
I was trying to look at you too much. I'm sorry.
Man from Med 3, we're going to be...
That truck was only worth $500. That's kind of funny. Sorry. Ooh. Oh. Wow, they ruined
What are you
it.
leaving, Charlie? If you have a, Alright, let's try this again.
Sorry, that was funny.
Actually, it was. It always works that way.
The timing of that was... Nope, I'm fine. Are they okay? Are the person whoever I hit is okay? Okay.
I can't tell you because I'm not taking care of him, so I don't know.
Jason, do you remember what happened when you crashed?
I was driving, and then I went a little bit over.
A little bit over the center line?
Yeah.
Okay. Which direction were you going?
I was going this way, the way that we're going now.
Okay.
And
Did you end up spinning around in a circle then?
no, I don't know. I just remember I had.
One of the
I was driving my girlfriend, and then I spun around because I hit her, and sorry.
Can you just give me 1 minute, bud?
I'm the one driving, and yeah, I should get charged.
What should you get charged with?
Smashed into another person? I mean, it might have been them who drove out, but I don't care. I mean, I'll take the blame. I feel so bad for hitting her and having her, like hurt, you know? I don't want her to deal with that.
Question. Any recreational drugs tonight because you're acting a little goofy for just
No.
having been in a car accident?
No, I got in a car crash, but I'm acting goofy. I'm acting goofy because, yes, you got in a car crash with me and you cracked my head and I wanted to be funny and I'm sorry that wasn't that funny and whatever. But I'm okay.
We're just pulling into the hospital.
Do I have to pay for this?
That's for another.
No, I have to pay for this. I already paid for this hospital visit. It was $275. I don't want to pay for this. Can I just go?
Unfortunately not.
How much do I have to pay for this? How much do I have to pay for this?
I don't do billing.
No. Please, just let me go. Just let me go. I can't pay for
Don't worry
this.
about that right now.
I cannot pay for this. I cannot pay for this.
Just relax.
Jason is escorted to a hospital room where we'll hear more from him soon. Meanwhile, other investigators get a chance to talk to a few of Megan's family members.
We saw her Christmas Eve, and she was thinking about prom, and she got accepted already in college in Arizona Christian school.
That's very cool.
And she's just the greatest kid that you could ever expect. And her mother's in England, and I got to call her tonight. But
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to dig or pry too much right now.
She's a good kid. She's National Honor Society.
Oh, I don't doubt
She's
that.
a good kid.
That sounds like 100% believe that.
She was headed off to college. She had a really good ride. She was like a 4.1 to 4.3 GPA. She had in all AP classes she's taken in high school. She had everything. She just accepted the place she was going to go. I can't explain it, but I got faith and I believe in Christ.
Oh, absolutely.
And I had 3 Bibles that arrived today that she bought and purchased for all of us. And they come today when
She just bought some Bibles. They believe in Christ. They believe in Christ. She just bought some Bibles. And then she died in a violent car accident, hit by a drunk driver. That's how this Matrix realm works. In case people are new here, or in case you have been here for months or years and haven't been paying attention. That's how this Matrix realm works. And I can keep showing evidence for the rest of my life here. And some of you will never get it. You'll sit here, but you'll never understand.
1 to 4.3 GPA. She had in all AP classes she's taken in high school. She had everything. She just accepted the place she was going to go. I can't explain it, but I got faith and I believe in Christ.
Oh, absolutely.
And I had 3 Bibles that arrived today that she bought and purchased for all of us. And they come today when me and Garrett come back from crunch at 6:50 in the morning. And she opened them and she put them in the rooms.
Now, we rejoin Jason at the hospital, where he starts to come clean about tonight's events.
And then he said her parents allowed me to drink with them, and my parents allowed it. So he was drinking with his girlfriend, probably his girlfriend.
His girlfriend and her parents.
So he said he's a drunk piece of shit. So he's being very honest.
Do you remember how much you had? How many drinks do you think you had tonight?
2.
2?
And if they want to say that I drank, then yeah, it's okay. I can get a charge or a whatever I have to get.
Test of the
Like
percentage of alcohol in
100%?
your blood. No.
Oh. Well, okay, so I drove home and is the person who I crashed into okay? Like, are they okay?
I don't know yet. She was pretty banged up.
No, I don't care. I deserve to get I deserve to get a DUI or whatever. It's fine.
Okay.
You can let me get a DUI.
What makes you say that?
What makes me say that? I smashed into another person and hurt them.
Do you feel like you're drunk?
No, I just feel f***ing horrible. I was forced to leave because I was too drunk from her house, and then, yeah, I got drunk.
Who forced you to leave?
Well, every time I forced myself to leave. Never mind.
Okay.
Forced myself to leave.
Did her parents tell you to leave?
No.
Did she tell you to leave?
They aren't gonna get in trouble, right?
I'm not trying to get them in trouble. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, they told me to leave, yeah.
Okay. Did they know you were driving?
They know I was drunk. They were the ones who got me drunk. They didn't want me to be there, and they got me drunk, and then, yeah, what the f*** am I supposed to?
Yeah, what are you supposed to do if they tell you to leave? You
Yeah,
leave, right?
yeah, I get pulled over and all this other...
Did you get pulled over?
I probably smashed into somebody.
Well, yeah, but you didn't get pulled over before that, right?
Here. No.
Okay.
Whoa! Crash! You should have rammed into him.
Jason is whisked away by medical staff for testing, while investigators catch up with his girlfriend, who has a different story to tell.
What were you guys doing before the crash?
We were driving, and his car wouldn't start, and then he started getting really, erratic. And I was like, hey, can you not drive super aggressive because you scare me? And then he kept racing. He was racing this other, sedan or something, and then he just kept going, and I was like, I just went to look on my phone. And when I was looking at my phone, that's when we crashed. So I just basically, I felt like I wasn't looking up, so I don't know what he hit. But then I just hit the dashboard. And
Did you lose consciousness?
I think so. I think I blacked out for 5 seconds, and then I looked up and I was halfway out of the driver's seat. So I don't really know what happened. But yeah, we were drinking. I mean, what else do you want me to say, to be specific? I think he drank more, oh my god, my neck. He drank more than me. I would say he had half a bottle as well. A 40% vodka Boston's.
How much did he have to drink?
A lot.
A lot?
He drank all day today.
Did he have more than you?
I think so.
About how much would you say you had to have?
I threw up a lot of it. He was probably at a something almost lethal level. That's how much he drank. He just kept drinking, and I told my mom to hide it. I gave her the bottle. I was like, hey, he's going crazy. Hide this shit. Eventually, I stole it back from her because I got stupid, and then he drank one.
Okay.
So he was full.
What size bottle was it? The handle one?
Yeah, a handle. It was
Oh,
a full
wow.
handle.
Or what time did he come over?
Really early in the morning, 8 in the morning. And then he made me a sangria. So we started drinking right away. We drank wine. And then my mom came home and I stole her pasta that she had. And then we drank pasta. So we were drunk all day, and then he kept begging me to go to Taco Bell. I was like, you can't try.
Jason's girlfriend tells police the suspect had been drinking, quote, all day, and they had shared sangria and a bottle of wine before she says Jason allegedly drank an estimated half a bottle of vodka. Back with the suspect, police prepare to perform a breathalyzer test.
I have work tomorrow. What the f?
Dude, I don't know.
No. No. He shouldn't be laughing at me. Why is he
He's laughing at you?
Yeah,
That's
he's
terrible.
laughing at me.
Alright, deep breath and blow into the tube. Hard as you can. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Almost there. Perfect. Thank you very much. It's thinking. 0.238.
Is that like I'm
Yeah, but I already knew that.
Alright.
Because your eyes told me and your actions and speech have told me. So, yeah, 0.238, which is pretty high.
Nice life.
You heard that right. Police said Jason registered a .238 on a portable breathalyzer test. That's nearly 3 times the legal limit to operate a vehicle.
So I do have to place you under arrest for
Right.
OWI.
Can I put my underwear on first, please?
No, you're gonna stay like just like that. She's got a form to read you, okay?
I don't care if she's gonna read me. Can I have my underwear on or no?
No, you're at the hospital.
The nurses need you to keep them off right now for the rest of their stuff they gotta do, okay?
So they can feel my right?
I don't think so,
I don't
no.
think that's why they're doing that.
Okay, well, there you go. I didn't kill anybody. I didn't kill anybody, right?
I didn't say you did.
I didn't though. Like I didn't kill anybody, right? Like I'm okay. Did I not kill anybody?
I don't know the status of the other person right now. I don't know.
I think I think I'm just a stupid kid. I think I should have really
Made a mistake.
Yeah, made a mistake.
I get it. How many drinks do you
I'll
think
be
you
honest
had?
with you. I had 3
And what kind of alcohol were you
shots.
drinking? You had 3 shots?
Alcohol, like
Do you know what kind of
vodka,
alcohol? Okay, but just the 3 shots today, nothing else.
and yeah.
Are you sure?
You can. I mean, I think .09 sounds about right for 3 shots.
Well,
But
you weren't at .09, you were at .2 something. That's really high. That makes me think that you probably had more than just 3 drinks. So that's why I'm asking. And I just want you to be honest with me.
I'm gonna lose my license. If I actually hurt someone else, and I deserve to get, my license taken away, all that, whatever. If that person's up, are they okay?
I'm not sure yet. Can I wait for my partners to let me know?
Please.
I think the other person is at a different hospital, so.
That's what I care about most.
Yeah, absolutely.
Finally, police decide it's time to break the news to Jason about the reality of tonight's events.
A couple more than this, because there are a couple traffic violations as well. It sounds like you ran the red light, or not the red light, the stop sign. I'm sorry.
Alright.
So you're gonna get a ticket for that, which I haven't written yet. And then the OWI, like I told you, you're gonna get an OWI causing injury for the injuries to your girlfriend. And then, unfortunately, the driver of the other vehicle died. So you're also getting a ticket for homicide by intoxicated use of a vehicle.
What? No, they didn't. They died? They died. Thank God, I'm a piece of shit. Holy shit. How old is she? Is she like 17?
She was 17.
I should be going for life, honestly. I took a life.
So what's gonna happen is you're gonna go back to our police station for tonight. Our detectives may want to talk to you tomorrow. And then at some point we're gonna take you over to the county jail where you will see a judge who's gonna set some sort of bail for you. Okay. But for tonight, we're just gonna take you back to the police station. So my partner's gonna do that. Do you have any questions for me right now?
Jason later pleaded guilty to homicide by intoxicated use of a vehicle and second-degree recklessly endangering safety. The 19-year-old was sentenced to 10 years behind bars, followed by another 10 years of extended supervision, along with 200 hours of community service, with a stipulation that 8 hours per year are required to be served on the anniversary of Megan's death. He was also ordered to stay sober and undergo treatment.
Hold on. Step back. Sorry. Step back right here by the sorry. Sorry. Come here. Alright, let's step there, man. Alright, watch your arms, watch your legs.
This is Citi's property. Thank you so much for doing that.
Subscribe now for easier access to the latest from Law and Crime Body.
Hello, 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 hello.
Couple sentences right there. Don't follow the rules and you get punished. Follow the rules. God, that's a great couple sentences right there. Don't follow the rules and you get punished. Follow the rules and you get rewarded. Isn't that the same thought pattern used by parents in our society to get kids and us to behave and do what others want of us? The concept is to focus now on making someone outside of you happy so you can be happy after you die, rather than being happy now, thus giving others the control and power over your life. All the channeling, psychic readings, and past life regressions talk about how much love and caring is in the spirit world and how everyone is accepted for who they are, that there is no negativity or judgment of anyone or anything. This means there is no reward or punishment outside of what we create in our mind. This trap keeps mankind divided by making us think that anyone not living the way we are is wrong. It keeps people focused on wanting to keep a power outside of them happy and always worried they might do or say something wrong and get punished for it. It's known as the "if we can just be good enough" concept. There is no sin or karma except what we create in our mind, and there is no punishment or reward. Enjoy each life for what it is and let others do the same. Get past the concept of feeling guilty or that you have to be punished, and learn to love yourself and others. Once you do that, we can change how this world operates, and more importantly, you will be able to leave this universe when your physical body dies without having to be reinserted in the timeline and deal with this shit all over again. Book drop. Right? I mean, really, that's a hell of a chapter. I was writing it up and then I was like, oh, I remember reading that book and he had a hell of, Ronald had a great chapter on it. So shout out to him for an excellent chapter there. Really good work. So yeah, I hope you like that.
Hi, friends. I hope you find yourselves well. This is Forever Con Man. I got the big nose and the tiny hat. I love them shekels. I love them. I love them. You could pay me $80 a month for my Last Timers Club. There's lots of ways to pay me here, guys. Lots of ways to pay me.
So for those catching the replay right now, this is going to end the part of the, the reading, the kind of discussion, and now I'm just going to kind of float on over to the chat. So if you want to stick around and listen to the chat, and we'll kind of have a brief interaction, maybe for about 15-20 minutes, and then we'll probably wrap it up. That's cool. I just gotta bring the screen up here if I can get to it. Oops, what the hell? Alright, there we go. Okay. Alright, so I want to welcome everybody And sorry, I haven't had a chance to check the chat until now. But I hope you're all doing well, and I'm happy to see a lot of familiar faces in here. I don't know why that's blocked off. Okay, of course it's blocked off. Alright, let me just rewind up here on my phone. 9:25. Okay. Live chat. So, what do you guys think about that chapter? It's good stuff, isn't it? I thought it was incredible. He really breaks it down in a great way. So, okay. I don't know where the heck. Okay, so blistering heights of stupidity. How you doing, my sister? Nice to see you. Karma and Sinner, hot Chinese noodles. A red hot poster can make one hungry. Jimmy says, who needs a rule book to tell you how to live your life, your incarnation? You should know from your heart the difference between right and wrong. Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. You should know right from wrong in your heart. You know how you should be treating people. You know how you should be living your life in general, and just being a decent person. What the hell happened to that? PKOSB says, do you mean believing in them? If you're asking me, I'm not sure what the question, if the question was aimed at me or not. You'll have to elaborate, please. Blistering heart of stupidity. I'll have paint thrown at me. Laugh out loud. Enjoy so much that you lick the plate and leave no trace behind. Yes. Conscious light source. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well tonight. We can control the world that is here. We don't have to wait to die. We can turn water into wine and raise people from the dead. We are Christ. We are sovereign. Yep. Christ is within. Christ is within. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well tonight. We can control the world that is here. We don't have to wait to die. We can turn water into wine and raise people from the dead. We are Christ. We are sovereign. Yep. Christ is within. Christ is within. Jimmy Jenks says, the Bible, the biggest selling fiction book of all time, the earliest known psyop known to man, question mark? I think you're onto something, my friend. I think despite the Bible does tell truth, there's no doubt about it, but yeah, I mean, there seems to be, it probably is the earliest known psyop known to man. And boy, has it flourished, right? Blistering says, I can turn water into ice because my heart be cold. Oh. Jabby Dodger says, I'm going to pass peacefully during the stream. Oh, Jabby, take me with you, my friend. Take me with you. I'm just so tired. I'm tired. I'm not suicidal at all. I'm just tired. It's just like I know I've been here so many times, and it's just like it's just like I've had enough. I'm done. It's like another day. Jimmy Jenks, I do not consent. Say it loud. Say it loud. We withdraw all soul contracts. I do have another video that made me think of another video I've had planned. I'm gonna try to do it. This is something I've never done before, but I'm going to try to do an audio track about doing just that, withdrawing consent, eliminating all soul contracts, etc., etc. The disconnection from every agreement we've ever made related to this place, and it's going to be completely sovereignty driven. I don't know when I'm going to do it, but it's something I'm passionate about, at least attempting. So, sometime in the future you'll see that.
if you pull this rope and he breaks his neck and he dies, can we justify that? Do not intervene.
Even if you have a willing partner and you... One thing that I learned about my role in a patriarchal society is that when you're young, you're going to get lots of attention, and someday a man will pop the question, and then you can finally be sexual. You don't have agency over doing that, regardless of how you feel inside your body. Even if you have a willing partner and you want to have consensual intimacy, it's a sin. That's what I learned. The other thing that I learned is as you age, you're going to become labor. Silent labor, doing things like changing the sheets in a motel, getting jobs where you're cooking in a kitchen in the background. And human touch is going to be something that you have to pay for, like you hire a massage therapist or you get a pet. Or if you had children, you know, they'll obviously hug you. But for men, it's a different story. They're attracted to the young girls throughout the entire course of their life. And there's different ways that and systems where they can access those girls. One is conventional dating. Two is the huge sex industry that we have around the world. But they should never have to be with an older body, even as they get older, because they can always pull that high octane youthful energy, and that gives them vitality. And that's why older women get made fun of so much. I think it's a shitty system. God bless you. Hey everybody, God bless you. I remember one time I was watching the television with a male friend of mine, and a news story featured a sexual assault survivor who was talking about her experience. And my male friend said something that really surprised me. He said, there's nothing wrong with her. I'd still do her. And I stopped to think, is this narcissism? It really was shocking to me. He really believed that the purpose of her having a body and existing was to be attractive enough to be done by somebody. It really, really bothered me. And sometimes it's hard for guys to really understand what the fuss is about, but let me explain it this way by reversing the situation. Imagine I had been watching a TV show with a war veteran who had terrible scars, wounds all over, post-traumatic stress, destined to a life of suffering. And I said, there's nothing wrong with him. There's still plenty of money in his bank account to provide for me. Yeah, that's horrible. What are your thoughts? God bless you. Hey everybody, God bless you. I remember one time I was watching the television with a male friend of mine, and a news story featured a sexual assault survivor who was talking about her experience. And my male friend said something that really surprised me. He said, there's nothing wrong with her. I'd still do her. And I stopped to think, is this narcissism? It really was shocking to me. He really believed that the purpose of her having a body and existing was to be attractive enough to be done by somebody. It really, really bothered me. And sometimes it's hard for guys to really understand what the fuss is about, but let me explain it this way by reversing the situation. Imagine I had been watching a TV show with a war veteran who had terrible scars, wounds all over, post-traumatic stress, destined to a life of suffering. And I said, there's nothing wrong with him. There's still plenty of money in his bank account to provide for me. Yeah. That's horrible. What are your thoughts? God bless you.
I'm not saying that I didn't hit him.
Okay. That's the biggest concern, is that she's going to kill him. I don't want to take her to jail.
I can't believe my mom's going to jail. No! What did I hit him with?
A hammer.
Huh?
A hammer.
A hammer? Oh my God.
Worst day ever.
When an 83-year-old man calls 911 for help after being struck in the head with a hammer, deputies arrive to find the man's wife, a 79-year-old woman with dementia, scared that an intruder is inside her home. As this tragic case unfolds, deputies are left with a heartbreaking decision, one that will likely haunt them for the rest of their careers.
Ow!
No.
The following is based on official police records. On June 2, 2025, the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office in Florida receives a call from 83-year-old George Collins.
Sheriff's Office, what's your emergency, sir?
Just hit me in the head with a hammer.
Well, where are you at? Okay, who is she? What's her name?
Diane,
Do you need an ambulance?
yeah.
Okay, we're on the way. Can y'all stay separated by any chance?
Yeah.
I don't want her to put you in any more danger till we can get out there.
A deputy soon arrives at the Collins residence. Out front, he finds Elizabeth Diane Collins, George's 79-year-old wife. The couple's been married for over 60 years.
Well, this is what he done for me.
Okay, how'd that happen?
He did on me. And you know what? I picked up something and hit him with something.
Okay.
And I meant to, it was him.
Okay.
All the way.
All right.
But I hit him now.
227 EMS can go ahead and come on.
Don't. I'm not saying that I didn't hit him.
Okay.
But that's what it started.
Normal's fine for now. All right. Diane, can you stand right here for me?
Sure.
Can you stay right here? Let me go check on George real quick, okay? You know it's George, right, that you hit? Okay. Don't go nowhere.
Inside the home, the deputy finds George with blood-soaked paper towels on his head and a laceration on his right elbow. He also finds blood on the floor and several walls. With emergency services already on the way, the deputy attempts to get the story from Diane.
So Diane, what happened?
Something he does, awfully does, trying to make me just as mad, and
Yeah?
I'm not. But he just reached us and just,
Yeah, how did that happen to your arm?
I think it was a hammer or something like that. And
Yeah.
I didn't know he had something like that. And he's the meanest man I have ever seen.
Well, I don't know. He's always been pretty nice to me.
Well,
You know, it's George, right?
George, my husband.
Yeah,
That's not him.
Oh, that's George.
No.
Okay.
I don't know who he is.
Okay.
I know who he comes in here.
Okay.
And know him, but my mother, my daddy is out right now.
Okay.
And he comes in with, and I know what's happening.
Okay.
And I try not to. I run.
Okay.
I don't want that thing one time. People looked at me, looked I was crazy, but I was I was getting out of here, and I thought, well, it's.
According to police reports, while inside the home, George had explained that Diane had begun yelling at him before attacking him with a pair of scissors. Once George was able to get the scissors from her, Diane went to the garage and grabbed a hammer. George attempted to keep his distance with his walking cane, but Diane grabbed it and then swung the hammer at him, striking him in the head. He was eventually able to get the hammer from her before calling 911.
So she's having one of her things. So she says, I don't know who that man is, but he came in and he had a hammer, and so she's got a wound on her arm. I'm assuming that's from him trying to wrestle the frying pan away from her, but he's got a little cut in his head too. So I don't know if you want to go talk to him while I talk to her.
What did I need to do when he was in there
Right.
to kill me?
Okay, well, we're going to investigate it and we're going to look into it, okay?
Though the deputy calls it one of her things, they know that Diane has been diagnosed with dementia. In fact, they've been to the residence on multiple occasions prior to this.
I remember y'all coming by, and y'all were so nice. And my husband was there, but he's not here today. And that old man in there is just, that's all he wants to do is kill somebody.
Okay.
And
I'm not sure that's true, but...
Well,
he's in there talking to George right now, okay?
all right. He's making it up, you can guarantee you that, because he ain't said nothing to me other than hold up something on me. I run out 2 or 3 times trying to get away from him.
Right. You want to go inside and get some Kleenex? Or do you want me to bring it to you?
I don't know what I want to do. Will you go with me?
I'll go with you. Come on. Let's go. Let's go get you some Kleenex.
Well, don't, y'all, she is the biggest liar that has ever lived.
Okay.
It isn't long before emergency services arrive.
What's going on? So he's got a spot top of the head. It's already dry, and then he's got some stuff, some cuts. He said they're older, but they just started bleeding again, and she's bleeding on her elbow. So they're both need to be checked.
Both George and Diane are treated and cleared. The wound on Diane's arm is bandaged, and George has a large contusion on his head, but he declines being taken to the hospital. Almost as soon as the emergency services arrived, Diane began to struggle to recall the event.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah,
thanks.
We're not finished.
We're going to hang out for a minute, George. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do, okay? Last thing we want to do is...
Sounds like she stay away from me. I'm scared to death.
Yep, there we go.
I'm scared to her. That man that did hit me.
Oh, see, she thinks the man that hit her is gone. So now she recognizes George again. That's great.
With a heartbreaking situation on their hands, the deputies decide to wait for their lieutenant to arrive before pursuing anything further.
Because we got to do something tonight. She may end up killing him at midnight if we don't.
Yeah, we're getting to a point, George, where your life's being put in danger. You know, hammers and scissors.
Did I get you? Did I walk your hand?
Yeah, you did.
Well, I didn't mean to do that, man. I reckon you're going to get it to take me off.
Okay, thanks.
Well, no. That time you turned your head, it walked.
That'll happen.
While George and Diane can find humor in the situation now, things will soon take an unfortunate turn.
We don't hit each other.
That's a one-way street.
I didn't think you would, me.
Yeah.
Well, what have I done? What have I done?
Hit me in the head with a hammer.
When was that?
While ago.
You lying. I ain't touched you with anything. Except for you know what.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Oh, man.
It's wonderful.
Yep.
My virgin ears.
Though Diane can't remember hitting her husband, she does remember that there was apparently an intruder.
Who was he?
I don't know.
Well, you apparently scared him off.
Were they? I don't know what. Well, it wasn't you. It wasn't you hollering at me, was it?
Hollering at you?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I wasn't hollering at him.
I told you don't hit me.
What do you want?
Told you not to hit me.
Well, a lot of people tells me that. I didn't ever do it. I mean, I didn't ever forget it, but...
The deputies didn't just call their lieutenant, but also Diane and George's son, Trent, who soon arrives at the home. He speaks with his father before coming out to discuss the situation.
He said, Trent, what do? I can't stay with him. And nobody can stay with her. Like, if she attacks him, like, I got a son, I can't have her with... What are the options?
The deputy has gathered some resources for Trent and George, including elder care. However, those options will take some time to set up.
We still got to figure out what direction we're going. Cause,
So,
I mean, I'd hate to take her to jail.
I don't want her to go to jail. What do we do? I mean, what do we do? I can't let her stay with him. She's going to kill him.
That's it.
She has no idea, and she was mad at me. Like, I'm talking to Dad about his option, and she's like, get the out of my house. Who are you? You know, this is going to I'm like, so hard hearing your mom say it. But I'm kind of past that now, so I'm like,
yeah.
Dad, what do you want to do? It's your call. I'll stay here with you tonight, whatever you want to do. And he goes, Trent, I can't do anything with it. What do I do with it?
According to the deputy, this is the 11th time in about 11 months that they've been called to the Collins house for similar incidents. Police records state that on previous occasions, Diane has believed George is an intruder and armed herself with scissors, kitchen knives, and various objects from the home.
She's got no recollection. She's like, what's that all over your pants? What's this on the floor?
If you can't deal with her, then tell us, and we'll take her, and we'll be done with it.
That's what my dad wants. I just talked to him. I said, Dad, I'll stay here with you. He goes, hell with that, Trent. No, I can't do anything with her. I've had enough. He loves her, but what does he do? You can't stay with her. I said, Gary's not going to leave you in here with her tonight.
No, okay.
She said, I hit you with a hammer.
Yep.
I ain't hitting no goddamn hammer. I hit you with a hammer. Get the hell out of my house. That's what she was telling me. It's just bad, man.
Okay.
I hate to say take it, but that's pretty much what he wants.
All right.
And I can't believe my mom's going to jail.
You know what we gotta do?
Damn it. Aggravated battery.
Come on out, boys. Miss Collins?
He's gonna help us out, man. I got a lot of info right here.
Why you got the
Got a lot of info right here.
Cause I got the mama.
Based on the circumstances, they decide to place Diane under arrest for aggravated domestic battery with a deadly weapon. While everything has been relatively calm so far, this is where things take a heart-wrenching turn.
Come on. Come on, Miss Collins. Come on. You want to just go for let's go for a ride in the car.
No!
Come on.
No!
Come on.
Miss Collins, come on, don't.
George, don't let him! George! I didn't do it!
Come on. You can hold on to those if you want.
Oh, you cut my leg off! Oh!
Not cutting your leg off. Come on.
No! I didn't do it from you!
Got it?
I do.
Okay. All right, have a seat for us, Miss Collins, okay?
Just
have a seat.
Have a seat in the car.
Yep. Have a seat.
I can't run on them damn seats.
Well,
I can't sit down on that.
you'll have to.
You're going to have to. Come on.
Have a seat. Just move that out the way. There you go.
Yep.
Just have a seat.
Just climb on in there and I'll get you buckled in.
Y'all are crazy.
No,
We're not.
Go ahead and have a seat, Miss Collins, okay?
I don't never hurt her again.
Okay, have a seat.
I didn't do anything.
All right, Dan. Let's just have a seat.
Will you sit down there first?
No.
No, I'm going to sit up front.
Diane.
I'm going to drive you.
I don't want to drive. I just want to sit up front.
Well, I can't have you sit up front.
Have a seat so we can buckle the seatbelt, okay?
Buckle the seatbelt. I ain't gonna do nothing.
There we go. All right. Let me get you buckled in.
Oh my gosh, I ain't going nowhere.
No, it's,
You don't know. No.
it's just so you don't get hurt.
No! My dog, no!
Diane.
Don't leave my dog! No!
Handcuff.
I want my husband! Give him that! Don't
Let me
do
see your
this!
hand.
Don't! Don't! Ow!
No. Now, we're done with that. Diane, we're done. Give me this one. Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Watch your head, Diane.
Watch your head, Diane.
Okay.
Fucking. Yeah, I'm all right.
See where she bit you.
It's right here.
All right, she broke the skin.
No, she didn't break the skin. She just wanted her to sit there for now?
That's fine.
Okay.
Make sure she's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know who you are, but please help me.
Huh? Diane, you're gonna be just fine, okay? Elizabeth, Diane Collins, I know who you are.
Huh?
You're married to George. I've been out here about 11 times, okay?
You have not.
I
I've never seen you before.
I've been out here a lot, dear.
Trent also comes out once again, and the deputy explains what just happened.
Well, she bit me.
This really?
Yeah, she was trying to fight. I didn't want to slam the door because I didn't want to, like, she's frail. I didn't want to injure her.
She bit you with dentures?
She bit me with dentures.
They stayed in?
Yeah.
Damn.
So it's like, all right, well, let's put some cuffs on her and, like, kind of restrain her hands a little bit so I can get the door shut after I got the seatbelt on and went to put the cuff on. She just leaned forward, chomped on me.
Yes.
Yeah. I ain't never seen that side of her. She's normally real sweet to me. It's all right. I feel this is one of those where it's like I just feel absolutely terrible. We've been out here a lot.
I heard my dad tells me to come, and I'm like, has she hurt you? And he always says no.
Yeah.
So Dad, we got to put her somewhere, and he wants to say he will, and then he'll call me next day. I really think we'll work it out. And my Dad, you got to put her somewhere, man.
It's only gonna get worse.
Yeah, you got to.
Well, basically, we are in a position where we have no other choice, and we don't.
Okay.
Okay?
I feel like a real kid.
I really would be.
After speaking with Trent, the deputy shares some of his concerns.
I'm really hoping that somebody over here didn't record that, throw it on YouTube already.
What's that?
That. Just because she's so old, you know.
That's fine. Look,
it's going to be a real bad look.
we were not, look.
We didn't do anything wrong.
No, we were
I know.
not mean, and we weren't overbearing on her.
I know.
And none of that. Okay, that's why I said, you know, anything, let's just carry her out there.
Yeah.
All that was good. We didn't slam her to the ground. We didn't kick her and all that kind of stuff. We were very, very gentle with her.
Yeah, I know.
So they can post that on YouTube all they want. I don't care.
Now that Diane has had a moment to calm down in the back of the cop car, they're ready to transport her. However, she once again is having trouble remembering what's just happened and what's going on.
What's that? George is just fine.
Can I get out of the house? Can I get out of this thing?
No, we're going to take you up to the jail, baby.
To the jail?
Yep, that's where you're going to go tonight. Unfortunately, that's our only option, okay?
Though the details may be difficult for her to recall, Diane seems to remember that something happened to George.
I never heard him. I never heard him. No. Why'd you come mess up my hands? I didn't hurt him.
Diane, your hands are like that already.
I didn't hurt him.
Yeah, you hurt him.
How much did I hurt?
Well, there was quite a bit of blood.
Oh my God.
He's gonna be.
I didn't do that.
He's gonna be just fine, okay?
Well, I hope so.
He's gonna be just fine.
Oh. Oh God. That wasn't me. What did I hit him with?
A hammer.
As they continue the journey to the detention facility, Diane goes through a variety of emotions.
Please don't make me go up there. I'll die here.
No, you won't.
I will.
No.
I'm like this. Send me see my husband. My husband is wonderful.
I know.
What did I hit him with?
A hammer.
Huh?
A hammer.
A hammer? Oh my God.
The deputy also works through his own emotions about the tragic situation.
Worst day
You gonna see him when I get back?
Yep.
Oh, good. Good. Oh,
Let's say whatever I can to keep you calm.
I don't know what I did. I don't.
You want me to roll down your window?
I think my arms is arms.
You want me to?
Oh! No! Don't do that!
Okay.
I'm afraid of that!
I just rolled down the window, that's all.
I did not roll down nothing.
I did.
Well, put it back up.
I did. I just pushed the button to roll it down. I thought you might like some air.
I can't stand it here.
Okay.
Please, give me some water. Give me a little water.
Stop hitting my cage.
Give me some water.
We're here. Just calm down a minute.
Despite the rising tensions, Diane arrived at the Santa Rosa County Detention Facility and was transferred into the care of jail staff without further incident. According to news sources, Diane was held at the Santa Rosa County Jail for 10 days before being released to a memory care facility in Navarre. The state chose not to prosecute her. According to an obituary, just 3 months after this tragic incident, Diane Collins passed away on September 4, 2025, and is survived by her 3 children and husband, George. If you'd like to see select new videos early and help us keep uncovering case files that rarely come to light, you'll find extra footage and unseen details on our Patreon. Channel memberships here on YouTube also includes early access to select new videos.
I just want to say, public service announcement. You can trust me never, ever to become a boy mom. Do you know why? You know why? Because in my culture, we beat our kids. No, but seriously, like, I might as well be Italian. I might as well be Latino. Like, I might as well be an Asian mother with her shoe off, ready to go. Sha, 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 sha. I'm not even squeamish to admit it. I kicked my older brother out of my grandmother's house because he bruised her arm, and they.
She's a single mom. How would you like to be the child of this one on the screen? It's quite a realm you're in. I think a lot of you are in for a rude awakening when you pop out of your body. I really do. Because most in this realm just want to pretend. You don't have to face where you are.
It was meant to be a romantic camping trip. 16-year-old Liana Friedenbach and her 19-year-old boyfriend, Felipe Cafe, set out for their first weekend away together. They were young, in love, and completely unaware that the rural area they chose, Embu-Guasu, was known for its high crime rate, violence, and lawlessness. What should have been a simple adventure instead became 5 days of absolute terror and horrific abuse. Sometime in the middle of the night, as the couple slept, two men crept towards their tent, one armed with a shotgun, the other holding a machete. With a single violent motion, the blade tore through the fabric. Before Liana and Philippe could even react, they were dragged out and taken hostage. Their weekend ended the moment that tent was sliced open, and the nightmare that followed would become one of the most horrifying crimes Brazil has ever seen. This case was suggested to me by a viewer, so I want to say thank you, as I've never heard of it, but it was huge in Brazil, and not surprisingly, considering how depraved it is. This young couple could have been saved so many times, but everyone who came into contact with them was either part of the brutality or too scared to intervene. It's shocking. Also, because this case is over 20 years old, there are not a huge amount of images available, and what I do have is not the best of quality, but I will do my best to give you a visual reference. But before we dive in, if you find this video fascinating, then please drop it a like and leave me a comment below. And if you are new here, then please hit the subscribe button and consider following me on Instagram. It all really helps. Thank you. This video is created solely for educational and documentary purposes. It does not endorse or condone the criminal actions described within. Liana Friedenbach was born on May 6, 1987 in Sao Paulo and grew up in Higienópolis, a quiet upper-middle-class neighborhood where she lived with her parents, Ari and Marcia, and her younger brother. Her father worked as a lawyer and her mother was a homemaker, and Liana was raised in a loving and attentive household. She was active in her religious community and regularly took part in youth programs and social activities. Liana had a distinct style. It was like a goth rock chick kinda look. She loved rock music and often dressed in black, usually wearing bracelets and dark nail polish, the usual attire for someone into that scene. It wasn't for attention, it was simply the way she felt comfortable. At home, she remained especially close to her father. She was very much a daddy's girl. Her father, Ari, would say that they knew what each other was thinking without talking. He was very much a big part of her life, and they had a very open relationship with each other. Ari knew when she would return from school, where she usually went, and who she spent time with. She typically kept her parents informed about her plans, and he often drove her to the bus stop for her community activities or to go to the gym, which she loved. Fitness and well-being were very important to her. Education was also very important in their household, and Liana told her parents that she wanted to study at night as she felt she retained information better, and so they agreed to let her switch to night classes. In August 2003, her parents transferred Liana to Colegio São Luís, one of the most respected private schools in Sao Paulo. The decision wasn't driven by any issue. Her family just wanted her in a stronger academic environment that could better prepare her for the future. The thing was, joining in the middle of the semester can be difficult for many teenagers, and at first Liana struggled, but she adapted quickly and settled into her classes. By 16, Liana was already thinking ahead. She had talked about studying physical education, and she would see who roamed the area. I can only assume that going in large numbers previously was what may have protected them, but Philippe only seen this place as a peaceful getaway. Liana knew her parents between August and September 2003. They even wore promise rings. They were very much young and in love. During this time, Philippe came up with a plan. He and his friends wanted to go to Embu Guasu, and he asked if Liana wanted to join him. They would go in late October. He had gone with his friends before, and they camp, have a cookout, and just explore the area. Basically, it's a place to get away from parents and let loose a little. But over the course of the following month, one by one, his friends dropped out, for one reason or another. But Philippe still wanted to go, and Liana wanted to spend time with him, so they decided to go together. What they didn't know was that this area was known amongst locals for robberies, gang activity, and violent individuals who roamed the area. I can only assume that going in large numbers previously was what may have protected them, but Philippe only seen this place as a peaceful getaway. Liana knew her parents wouldn't allow her to go to a place she had never been, with a young man they barely knew. But like most 16-year-olds, she wanted a little more freedom than her parents were ready to give, so she came up with a lie that sounded perfectly harmless. She told her parents she'd be spending Friday night at her youth group and leaving early the next morning with them for a supervised trip to Ayabella. It was a place she'd visited before, a trip her father wouldn't question. She even told her dad that she wouldn't need a lift to the bus stop, as Philippe would walk her. To him, nothing felt out of the ordinary. She had done this many times. Both she and Philippe had packed their bags for the trip early and left them in their school locker so that they would not cause any suspicion. Philippe had told his parents about the camping trip, but he simply said he was going with his friends, which again was nothing out of the ordinary. So now the plan was set in motion and their parents were none the wiser. On Friday, October 31st, after classes at São Luís, Liana didn't go home. She met Philippe outside the school gates, both of them carrying their backpacks ready for the weekend. They headed into the city and spent the night beneath the Museum of Art Sao Paulo. It was an open concrete space teenagers and skaters often used as late-night gathering spots. They sat on a bench. It wasn't comfortable. It wasn't romantic. It was simply a place to stay unnoticed till morning. They knew they couldn't go home as their cover would be blown, and they didn't want to travel into the countryside in the dark. And buses headed towards the rural outskirts didn't start again until 5 a.m, so they stayed put, counting down the minutes. At dawn, the couple made their way across Sao Paulo. Then they took the subway to Tiet Terminal, bought tickets and boarded a bus towards Emugasu. Once they arrived, the atmosphere changed immediately. The quiet streets, the rundown houses, the unfamiliar faces. I'm pretty sure it wasn't the kind of rural getaway Liana had pictured. Still, they pressed on. They took a local taxi deeper into the area, getting off near a dirt road surrounded by thick brush. From there, they walked for miles, following the path towards an old property Philippe knew of, a place long abandoned after a crime had happened there. The owner of the farm had abandoned it after local gangs had opened fire on him and his family. But Liana didn't know that. Philippe didn't know that. To them, it was just a chance to be alone together for the first time. They had no idea that the moment they stepped off that road, they were walking straight into the hands of the men who would end their lives. As they passed through the village, people stared. 2 teenagers, carrying heavy backpacks, dressed like city kids, clearly out of place. And Liana, with her striking appearance, drew even more attention. They didn't realize those looks weren't harmless. At one point on the walk, they crossed paths with 2 men coming from the opposite direction. Roberto Champina Cardosa, who was 16, and his friend Pernambuco, who was aged 32. To Liana and Philippe, it was nothing more than a brief, awkward passing with 2 strangers on a rural path. They kept walking. They didn't stare. They didn't stop. They didn't sense a threat. But the reaction on the other side was different. Both men noticed them immediately, noticed the backpacks, city clothes, and Liana. While the couple continued walking towards the abandoned farm, focused on finding a place to set up their tent, the 2 men stayed behind, watching them disappear down the track. And from that moment on, Liana and Philippe were no longer just campers passing through. They had been marked. After finally reaching the old farm, the first thing they saw was the abandoned house, crumbling walls, broken windows and graffiti. The place had clearly been deserted for years. Still, for 2 teenagers looking for privacy, it felt like a spot where nobody would bother them. They walked around the area for a bit, checking the ground, looking for a flat patch of land where they could set up. As Philippe was pitching the tent, Liana's phone rang. It was her dad. She answered, and they began chatting. But quickly, Ari noticed how quiet it was. As far as he was concerned, she should be on a bus with her youth group. They should be laughing and joking around. He asked her, "Why is it so quiet there?" She quickly made up a lie and said that they had set off early and that everyone was asleep on the bus. Although a little unusual, Ari had no reason to doubt Liana. He made her promise to call him when she arrived at Iabella. She agreed, but that call would never come. Eventually, the tent was set up. Liana and Philippe shared some wine as the night drawn in. They were exhausted from all the travelling, and it didn't take long for them to fall asleep, believing they were alone, about to begin a romantic getaway. At some point during the night, 2 men approached the tent, slowly, quietly. The young couple had no idea. Then a blade sliced through the side of the tent, tearing the fabric open. The 2 men stood there. It was Champina and Pernambuco, the 2 men they had passed earlier on the dirt road. They were armed, one with a shotgun, the other with a machete. They shouted at the couple to wake up. There was no time to run. Liana and Philippe had no idea what was happening. The men ordered them to get up, shouting and threatening them. Liana and Philippe were dragged from their tent, forced onto the ground, and immediately separated. Their hands were tied, and they were blindfolded. The men left the couple's belongings behind. They weren't interested in their gear at all. They weren't there to steal. They were there for the couple. From that moment on, Liana and Philippe were hostages, taken from their tent at knife point and gunpoint, then marched off into the forest, unaware that they were walking towards 5 days of terror. Neither of them would survive. After that brief, uneasy phone call on Saturday evening, Harry expected to hear from his daughter again, but the hours passed and she never called. By the afternoon, he tried phoning her again, no answer. He tried in the evening and it went straight to voicemail. He didn't panic at first. He didn't want to worry Liana's mother, but that morning call kept replaying in his mind. The quietness on the bus, the way she rushed off. By Sunday, his concern turned into fear. It had now been 2 days with no contact. He called her over and over, and every attempt went straight to voicemail. Her mother began calling too. Eventually, after flipping through Liana's phone book, he called one of Liana's best friends. He asked where she was, and at first, her friend denied any knowledge. But when he told her the severity of the situation, she admitted the truth. Liana hadn't gone to Iabella. She had gone away with Philippe. That was the moment everything snapped into place. Harry and his friend immediately drove to the terminal in Embu-Guasu, the last known location they'd heard they could be. They searched the area themselves, driving through back roads and tiny neighborhoods long after dark, calling her name, stopping anyone who might have seen the two teenagers with backpacks. They found nothing. By Monday morning, the police had been notified and they immediately treated the situation like an abduction. Officers in Embu-Guasu were fanning out across the rural roads. They questioned drivers, caretakers, and locals who knew the area's dangers well. Harry followed every step of the search. He printed flyers and handed them out to locals, and called anyone with connections who might help. A local businessman even offered a helicopter, and Harry accepted. And he dropped thousands of leaflets with Liana's and Philippe's face from the helicopter across the region. Harry didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He was a father who knew deep down that something was very wrong. With 2 local officers guiding him, they headed down a narrow dirt track towards the abandoned farm. Officers knew this was a place that locals avoided, and this is why they decided to go there. He walked with 2 officers through the overgrown path. They pushed forward until Harry suddenly froze. There it was, the tent. At first, he hoped it wasn't theirs, but as soon as he got closer, he seen Liana's flip-flops lying outside in the dirt. The same pair she wore every morning. The officers opened the tent. A long knife cut ripped down the side. Inside, the bags were untouched, food still packed, nothing disturbed except the fact the couple was gone. This clearly wasn't 2 teens wandering off. This has Champina's mark all over it, one of the officers said. It was the first time Harry had heard the name Champina. The suspicion wasn't random. The moment the officers heard where the couple had gone missing, one name came up, Champina. He was known in that region for all the wrong reasons. Word on the street was that he had already stabbed and killed a man at aged 14. He roamed those exact forests constantly. Locals were afraid of him. He hung around abandoned properties, including the farm where the tent was found. He had a habit of approaching outsiders who passed through the area. Every petty crime, every assault, every disturbance in that part of Embu-Guasu seemed to involve him or his group. The officer in the car with Harry, Fidel, had lived in the area for years. He knew the pattern, he knew the names, and when he heard young couple missing in the woods, he didn't even hesitate. This is exactly the kind of situation Champina would be involved in. Now the manhunt began. Later that night, just as the search was getting into full swing, Harry's phone rang. A man on the other side introduced himself only as the woodsman. He was someone who knew those forests better than anyone. He'd heard about the missing couple. and wanted permission to help search. Ari agreed immediately. Hours passed in tense silence before the man called again. This time, his voice was more urgent. He told Ari he'd come across a drunk man wandering the woods, rambling about things he shouldn't have known. Details that pointed straight to the couple. The woodsman took him to the local police station. Once the man sobered up, everything spilled out. Names, locations, and the first real link to the group holding Liana and Philippe. He was called Antonio Catano. After days of hiding, drinking, and panicking about the police, Catano got extremely drunk. He wandered the area rambling. This is when the woodsman encountered him. He was known to be a hanger-on of the gang. He wasn't particularly intelligent. He wouldn't plan crimes himself, but he would take part. He never held down a stable job and surrounded himself with the wrong crowd. He began to tell officers what happened to Liana and Philippe after they had been kidnapped. At first, it was supposed to be a robbery, but both Champina and Pernambuco found Liana very attractive, so they decided to kidnap them. The moment that tent was sliced open, everything moved fast. Champina and Pernambuco dragged Liana and Philippe out at gunpoint, forcing them to the ground, threatening to shoot them if they made a sound. Felipe tried to defend her, but Champina struck him with the shotgun and ordered Pernambuco to tie his hands behind his back with rope. With both teens subdued and blindfolded, the men marched them through the dark, rural track, deeper into the abandoned farmland. Liana was pushed ahead, Philippe was dragged. The walk lasted several minutes, long enough for them both to realize there was no chance of escaping. Liana tried to plead with them. She said her family was rich and that they could demand a ransom for her. The men did take notice, but this wasn't about money. They wanted her. Philippe, on the other hand, told them he didn't come from wealth, so he could not offer any kind of ransom. They were taken to a decaying shack hidden in the overgrown. The property belonged to their friend Antonio Catano, the man the woodsman found. But he wasn't at home by this point. Inside, the men forced them onto the dirt floor. Philippe was tied to a chair in one of the rooms. Then he was beaten again and shoved into the corner. Liana was separated from him almost instantly. She was taken into another room where Champina forced himself on her repeatedly for several hours. Although terrifying in its own right, Liana was still a virgin before this attack. It's horrific. While Philippe lay tied and injured, he could do nothing but listen to Champina assault Liana. He heard everything, but couldn't move, couldn't reach her. He screamed as loud as he could, begging them to stop, but this only led to more beatings. That was part of the cruelty. Pernambuco watched the door and kept guard. Antonio Catano arrived shortly after and joined them inside. For hours, the men took it in turns to beat Philippe, and then Champina would go and force himself on Liana. It was truly a brutal few hours. By early morning, on November 2nd, 2003, Champina and Pernambuco realized the abandoned shack wasn't safe. It was too close to the road, too exposed. They needed somewhere even more rural. So they forced Liana and Philippe back onto their feet and marched them deeper into the rural area. Philippe was still tied, bruised and weak from the beatings. Liana had already endured the first assault. She was terrified and exhausted, but still alive. The group walked through the rough terrain until they reached the second location, a small, isolated home belonging to a man called Antonio Mateas. He was also connected to Champina's circle. This house was far from the dirt road, surrounded by thick brush. It was the perfect place for them to hide the couple. Once they reached the second house, the gang was 4 strong, containing leader Champina, his right-hand man Pernambuco, Antonio Catano, and now Antonio Mateas. The men had already decided that Philippe couldn't be kept alive. He was considered useless, as they could not get a ransom for him. And, worst of all, he had seen their faces. They tied him up again, dumped him on the dirt floor, and argued openly about what to do with him. Liana and Philippe could hear everything. Horrific. Hours later, Champina and Pernambuco dragged both Liana and Philippe into the brush. They began to walk, but after a few minutes, Champina stopped with Liana, whilst Pernambuco and Philippe carried on walking. They stopped at a remote spot near a ravine. It was out of view of Liana. Pernambuco raised the shotgun and fired once, point blank into the back of Philippe's head, who was made to kneel on the ground. It obviously caused extensive damage to his skull, and Philippe died instantly. Liana heard the shotgun blast echo through the trees. She immediately asked Champina, "What happened?" He looked at her in the eye and said, "He's free. I let him go." She knew it was a lie. The moment Philippe was killed, Liana became entirely powerless. She was alone in a house with multiple men who had no intention of letting her go. After the shooting of Philippe, Aguinaldo Perez made his way over to the house, and now the gang was 5 men strong. They rotated in and out, taking turns guarding Liana and forcing themselves on her. They would beat her, slap her, pull her hair, or threaten her life if she dared defy them or resist them. The assaults were constant, brutal, and dehumanizing. One of the men did not force himself on her. It was Antonio Mateas, or at least according to testimony. Apparently he did try, but Liana told him to stop, and he did. This was corroborated by all the assailants, and there would later be no DNA evidence against him. But let's not think this is a man with any morals. He still kept her hostage. He watched as the others assaulted her, and he never tried to stop any of the abuse or reach out for help. However, it was Champina who controlled everything Liana did. He was the one who decided when she could move, when she could speak, when she could breathe without punishment. The adults followed his lead, which only made the situation more horrifying. She was kept inside the house or tied near it, always watched, always surrounded. With no food, barely any water, and no hope, Liana asked about Philippe over and over again. They lied every time. The men even cooked meals for each other and ate around Liana like she was nothing. She was trapped with men who viewed her as a thing, not a person. This went on for days. Then on November 4th, by this point, Liana had been held for days, forced upon, beaten, threatened, and moved from house to house. She kept asking about Philippe, asking to see him, asking if he was okay. No one answered her. They just kept her hoping, because hope made her easier to control. So when Champina suddenly told her they were going fishing, she knew it wasn't real. There was no fishing rod, no bucket, not even a line, just him and the machete he always carried. But she didn't argue. She couldn't. She was terrified of provoking him. He took her down a narrow trail behind the house, deeper into the brush where the others couldn't see them. Liana was wearing a jumper tied around her head in an attempt to conceal her identity, in case anyone's seen them. At the riverbank, Champina didn't even pretend to fish. He just watched her. He enjoyed the fear put into her over the past few days. She stood still, frozen. But she also didn't know the truth. This walk into the woods was the beginning of the end. Whatever happened at the river wasn't about fishing. It was about control, isolation, and breaking her completely. And it worked. At some point during the fishing trip, it's reported that Champina's brother came to visit him. His mother was worried about him, and he hadn't been seen for days. He asked who Liana was, and Shampina told his brother that this was his girlfriend. But his brother asked no more questions. He was too scared of his brother, and Liana didn't call out for help. By this point, she was just silent, numb to all the pain and abuse. And for all she knew, this would just be another man who would probably end up forcing himself on her. Later that day, the gang began to get worried. They started to fall apart. Neighbours had already warned them that police were asking questions, that officers were searching the trails, that a missing couple had turned the entire area into a crime scene, and every rumour pointed straight at them. Shampina was summoned that evening to go to the police station for questioning. Officers suspected his involvement, but at this point they just wanted to talk. But this made the gang extremely tense. Pernambuco panicked first. He kept saying someone must have talked. Catiano wanted to run. Everyone was pacing and drinking heavily. Then a helicopter was heard. This could have been the one Ari was using to drop flyers around the area. The gang knew this was big, and that there was no hiding from this. They knew the search wasn't random anymore, and that the police were closing in. And the gang, for the first time, understood they were not in control. They were being hunted. During the night, Pernambuco fled. He'd taken off towards Petrolina in the middle of the night, desperate to save himself, but that only made the others more frantic. Shampina realized something. Liana was the only witness left. If she lived, they were finished. He told the others he was taking her to a nearby bus stop to let her go, he said, but they all knew what that meant, but no one stopped him. Still in shock, barefoot and barely speaking, Liana followed because she didn't have the strength left to resist. Shampina walked her deeper into the brush instead of towards any road. Liana was walking in front of him, and when they were deep in the wilderness, Shampina asked her to turn around. When she did, he swung the machete at her, slicing her throat. It was brutal. With her last bit of strength, Liana attempted to run, but before she could, Shampina stabbed her again and again, in the chest and back, a total of 15 times. It was a horrific attack. After he was done stabbing her, he then stomped on her head. It was pure overkill. She was already dead. Once he was done, he gathered his blood-soaked clothes, wrapped them all around the machete, and hid them in a well. After Liana was murdered, the group fell apart instantly and scattered. Some went into the forest to hide. Others simply went back home, hoping they would never be connected to the crime. But it was far too late. Authorities were already closing in, and Philippe's body had now just been discovered. The case had changed. This was no longer a search for two missing youths. It was now a murder investigation, and every one of them was on the radar. It was not long after this that Antonio Catano was found by the woodsman, and shortly after, Pernambuco and Perez were also arrested. Mateus was found hiding nearby, trying to slip out of the area before police closed the roads. But he didn't get far, and then there was Shampina. By the time officers tracked him down, he was hiding at a relative's house in a neighbouring village, trying to disappear before anyone connected him to the murders. He didn't confess until he was in custody. In less than 48 hours, the entire group was under arrest. The search was over. Once Shampina had confessed, he took the authorities to where Liana's remains were. As they approached, he simply pointed out ahead and said, "She's over there." He guided them through trees as if he was showing them something ordinary, not the place where he had kept a terrified 16-year-old captive and murdered her. He was asked why did he do this to her, and his response was, "I felt like it. Cold." During the trial, There was huge media attention. This case truly shocked the nation. Everyone knew the details of the case, and people just wanted justice for Liana and Philippe. In the end, 3 defendants were tried together: Caetano, Perez, and Mateus. In July 2006, Caetano was sentenced to 124 years in prison for multiple counts of forcing himself, false imprisonment, and other related crimes. Perez was convicted for the same crimes, but only received 47 years, presumably because he arrived halfway through the attack, whilst Mateus received just 6 years. This was because he was only convicted of concealing a murder and false imprisonment. He was not convicted of forcing himself. There was no DNA evidence to support that he did, and during interrogation, all the men's testimonies stated that he never actually did it, although he did try. But he never stopped anyone from doing it, and he never got Liana or Philippe help. So in my opinion, this is a very lenient sentence. In November 2007, Pernambuco received 110 years for murder, forcing himself, kidnapping, and false imprisonment. Champina, who was the ringleader of the gang at just 16 years old, was considered a youth at the time of the crimes. He was found guilty of all the same crimes as the others, but because he was tried as a youth, the maximum sentence he could receive was just 3 years in a youth detention centre. But when he turned 21, the public ministry declared him a danger to society. In 2007, Pernambuco received 110 years for murder, forcing himself, kidnapping, and false imprisonment. Champina, who was the ringleader of the gang at just 16 years old, was considered a youth at the time of the crimes. He was found guilty of all the same crimes as the others, but because he was tried as a youth, the maximum sentence he could receive was just 3 years in a youth detention centre. But when he turned 21, the public ministry declared him a danger to society, and he was placed in a psychiatric facility indefinitely, where he still remains to this day. So, in one way or another, he is in fact serving a life sentence. This case is truly shocking, and the effect it had on both Liana's and Philippe's family were devastating. It shows that when crimes like this happen, you don't just end the victim's life, but destroy their families as well. After Liana's death, her test results came back, the mock ones she took to see if she could get into her desired university, and she got accepted. She really was an exceptional young woman. Thank you for watching. Until next time, stay sane.
Stay sane? What are you talking about? What does sanity mean in this world? You people use words you don't even know the meaning. You don't have a clue what this world is. You'll make video after video of torture and murder, and you won't realize it's a hell realm. You just don't. You don't fucking realize where you are. This guy has 340,000 subs. I doubt a single one of them knows what this place is. That's how bad it is, and some of you just don't get it. Most in this realm don't know what this place is. They don't know where they are. They don't know how this works. It's beyond not knowing about reincarnation. It's so much beyond that. Let's take a look at this creep. He likes to use beauty filters. This creepy creature here likes to use beauty filters. He's real creepy. He's a real little creature. Little creature. He likes to use beauty filters. Raw meat eater. And people defend him, of course. He tried to, we'll say, eliminate the mother of his baby son and his son. He's a violent, deranged creature. He's got a big following on YouTube. He's supposedly wanted by the police in hiding, and people pay for him at our Airbnbs. They pay for his food, his lifestyle. He hasn't worked in over a decade, and fucking idiots on YouTube pay for him to live. That's how stupid people are. They pay for demons, liars, deceivers, violent creatures. He tried to murder his own classmates when he was a schoolboy. He stabbed several at his school. This guy's been violent his whole life, and there's defenders right on YouTube. There's some creatures that defended him, came to my channel to defend him live. There's a lot of fucking idiots in this realm. And I don't have much faith that most people will see it before they leave, because almost nobody in my life has demonstrated the ability to see. Almost no one. Including on YouTube, there's pretenders that will sit here for a year, 2 years, and they really don't see. They're just pretending. And then they're gone. Take a look at this. Look at this. This is a screenshot. See that texture? It's due to it being a beauty filter. He's using beauty filters. Now, what grown man does that pretends to be strong or tough or masculine? He's wearing a fucking beauty filter that little teenage girls use in their TikTok videos or Instagram. That's what he's doing. Because his skin doesn't look like that. Obviously. It's unfortunate I have to explain this stuff. People should be able to see it on their own.
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra.
He's the pussy.
Coochie chakra.
He's the pussy.
Coochie chakra.
He's the coward and the pussy. The coward.
Let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra.
This will be the most important video I have ever made. After all of these years of creating videos, this is it. After you watch this video, you will understand exactly why you were born, what you're supposed to do in this life, what this reality is all about, what the purpose and the meaning behind all of this is, and why you're alive. The mistake that people make is that they try to figure out the purpose and the meaning of life. They try to think about it. They go through all of these beliefs and opinions in their minds, and then they try to come to a conclusion. They lay down and then they wonder, what am I supposed to do in this life? What is this all about? The problem is that most of these beliefs and opinions are not your own. They come from the outside. You absorbed information throughout your life from the school system, the media, your parents, all of the people around you, and then you try to come to a conclusion about the purpose of life based on these beliefs. That wouldn't work for that reason alone, but the thing is that this doesn't work at all. In general, you cannot figure out the purpose of your life. If this was possible, then everybody would come to a different conclusion. Some people may believe that they should become millionaires, that they should collect money in their minds, seeing as money is not a physical object, it doesn't exist. You cannot be a millionaire, you can only imagine that you are a millionaire, and then you're delusional. Some other people may believe that they should climb the career ladder, again, only in their minds. It doesn't exist. that you should get better at your job, which also doesn't exist. It's simply an idea. It's a role that you play. And then some others may believe that they should become better at basketball or football. The games don't exist. You imagine them. It will always be like this because these beliefs come from the outside. In reality, you already know the purpose of your life. You have always known it. And then the question is, what do we actually know? And we know what is inborn, innate, natural. It all means the same. I'll give you some examples and then you will understand what I'm talking about.
I wear beauty filters and I'm obsessed with nature. I'm obsessed with nature. Nature. I can't do his voice. I'm sorry, but the guy's got a hair transplant. He wears beauty filters so that he has no wrinkles. He doesn't look like a man. He looks like a teenage girl. Almost looks like he paints on his beard. This guy is fake, inauthentic. He's a fraud. He's a phony through and through. He's a pussy. He doesn't know how to fight. I'm decades older than this piece of shit. And how can I put it delicately? If face to face with this piece of shit, I would get justice for the ones that he's harmed. Put it that way. He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of trash. And as usual in this hell realm, which I'm going to keep hammering home, it isn't just pieces of trash that have a channel. 126,000 subscribers. People love trash. That's what you do. You show me you love trash. 2,000 likes in 23 hours. Very popular. People love trash. You love degenerate, criminal cockroaches. Unfortunately. I wish that wasn't the case, but it is the case in this realm because you're always showing what you watch. Comments are turned off, but they'll still hit a like button. You never have to coax humans to like trash, to like demons, because you love it in this realm. You love cockroaches and demons. You love it.
I've talked about this extensively already. You know what is good and bad for you, and nobody can take this away from you. It's impossible. You were born knowing that, and you will die knowing it. But what can be done is that they can suppress what you know. They can never actually override it. And then these beliefs will be more powerful than what you actually know. For example, you can eat broccoli and spinach your whole life. You will always hate the taste. And you hate the taste because you know that it's unhealthy, but you can be so severely brainwashed that you try to believe that there must be some health benefit. I know that it's bad for me when I smell it, when I see it, when I taste it, but still I will eat it. I will force myself to eat it. Usually I will put a lot of sauces and cheese over the green leaves and toxic flowers, but I will keep doing it just because I believe. Another example is if you run a marathon, right away you can tell that it's bad for your heart, but you can believe that it's good for your heart. The opposite of what you feel, the opposite of the truth. The truth is nature, and nature is already inside of you. You can keep running up until you run into your grave, because eventually you will have a heart attack.
He worships nature. He worships nature. Well, your body's still going to die, and you're going to have to face that this isn't all that there is. This shithole earth that you think is a Mother Earth, a Gaia, nature, that you put on a pedestal, it all changes once your spirit, if you have one, pops out of your body. It all changes then. Do I think this creature on the screen's ever had an out-of-body experience? I doubt it. I very much doubt it. I bet he thinks once you die, you go into the ground and that's it. That's nature. Nature eats your body and that's it. Just live here. I think he's an atheist. I don't think he has any idea what happens when the body dies. I don't think he has a clue. He's just another clueless demon. And he makes all of his money from people sending him money in crypto. He's boasted about not working for over a decade. I don't think he's ever had a full-time job in his life. And people pay for him to stay places, and they let him stay with them, or he'll ask, I need money, and they'll send him money. Sometimes they'll send him $50,000 or more. I'm not kidding. They'll send him a crypto coin. All right? You just don't understand. Demons always get help in this realm to live without paying their way. He doesn't do anything. He just feeds you shit, and people get their credit cards out and their crypto. Fucking idiots.
But you will believe that until your last breath. The belief will be stronger than what you knew all along. You always felt how stressed your heart is when you run a marathon. You can also believe that ice baths are good for you, even though you don't even want to enter them in the first place. And once you do, you right away want to get out. This is your intuition telling you that it's bad for you. You can also call it a feeling, your senses. It doesn't matter what you call it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You simply know that it's bad for you. But you can believe that there's some kind of health benefits. And that would be the reason why you would continue torturing yourself.
So he likes to punch women and kick them in the teeth. He likes to firebomb women and children. He likes to have them hit with tire irons and batons and get people to throw acid on women. He's a real creepy creature. I've exposed him in the past. I know the average memory in this realm is just seconds, though. Most people don't remember what I've shown. Most people don't remember anything. And this realm loves that. It loves that you just forget everything, because you can get recycled and do this over and over and over and over again.
It can also, of course, manipulate what you know is good for you. You know that drinking blood is good for you. Most of you have probably never tried it, but if you would, then you would right away know that it's good for you. But if you're brainwashed, you may still believe that it's dangerous. Maybe it is bad after all, but it feels so good. It feels like the best food on earth. It feels so natural. You also know that the sun is good for you, but you can be brainwashed. You also know that the sun is good for you. It feels so natural. It feels so natural. You also know that the sun is good for you, but you can be brainwashed. The beliefs can suppress what you know, and then you may be scared of going into the sun. You may walk around with an umbrella, but when you go out into the sun, you right away know how good it is for you. You know that sleeping and relaxing whenever you want to is really good for you, but there's people out there who would say that it's not good for you. And at the very least, they will say that you're lazy because you don't want to work, even though nobody on this earth wants to work. The reason I gave you these examples is because the purpose of your life...
He doesn't work. He gets people to pay for his cameras and his food and his lodging and his lifestyle and his plane tickets, his travel to different countries. He doesn't work. You work to pay for him, his fanboys. You pay for his beauty filters.
Is also innate. It's inborn. You were born with it, and it will never go away, no matter how much you get brainwashed, but it can be suppressed, and this is what has happened to most people on earth today. That's why they do what is bad for them, and they don't do what is good for them also. It's exactly the same. It's also inborn. And you need to think about this also logically. Is it possible that you would be born, you're living your life, but you don't know what the purpose of your life is? Does that make any sense to you whatsoever? It doesn't at all. Of course, you would be born with the purpose. It's not as if it has to come from the outside. All of these beliefs come from the outside, and that's why you're unsure. That's why you think about it. That's why you try to figure it all out. But what you know is on the inside. You don't need to figure anything out. That's how religious people fall for all of the lies. They read a book, or somebody tells them about a religion, and because they are lost, they have been bombarded with these beliefs. They now read the book, and then they believe that the purpose of their life is to worship God or not to sin. And then they will go to heaven. And now their purpose is to go to heaven. But this comes from the outside. Somebody told you about it. It's not innate. Would a human in nature think of it? No, that's impossible. You are following man-made paths. It's not the natural path, because that's already inside of you. And you always knew it. This video will not be me trying to explain to you how over 90% of your life should be. I'm not gonna try to explain to you 95% of your life, not 98, not 99.99. I understand everything, 100%. I have no questions about anything. There's nothing for me to figure out. I understand everything, 100%. I understand everything, 100%. I have no questions about anything. There's nothing for me to figure out. It's completely crystal clear. It's completely crystal clear. You have a drive in your life, and there's many drivers that you have, and this drive is the purpose of your life. You live, and these drivers are always what drive you to live. But these drivers have been so severely suppressed that at this point, people have no idea what to do, where they are, what's going on here. And now you will find out. I'm going to awaken all of that inside of you. And as I said, it's inborn. It has always been there. What are the two main drivers that you have? It's
And there's the paywall. To watch the rest of the video, you have to pay him on Telegram. It's hidden. It's behind a paywall. And they love it. 2,000 likes, 18,000 views. People love it. People love it. That's how I know there's something wrong with you, humanity. I see what you watch. I see what you follow. I see what you defend. I see what you support. I see what you pay for.
And if I guess there's no better way to start this one than to just go straight into it. This is the 9-year anniversary since the accident that changed my life forever. It's changed it in so many ways that I never expected. It's been a wild ride, to say the least. I'm so grateful for this YouTube channel, and I'm so grateful for everybody that watched my YouTube channel for all of these years. You guys have given me a purpose. You guys have given me something to look forward to, something to work on. And that was even before my accident. When my accident happened, it was about 1 year after I started my channel. The channel was just exploding. It was crazy how popular the channel was, and I was so grateful. It was like life was perfect. Like I was just so proud of what we all created. And then it just came to a crash. But at the same time, it didn't, because like there were so many people that were supporting the channel still and still watching it. But for me, it did, because I couldn't be that guy anymore. I couldn't be that guy that got on his bike and did whatever trick he wanted to and tried to push the sport that he loved. And the guy that was able to have the camera in my hands, go run up the ramp, go get the perfect angle, go get the interactions with all my friends. And I just couldn't do that anymore after that day. And a lot changed. But the one thing that was really great about the channel and that really helped me through my accident was the fact that the energy, the support from all of you is the reason why I am currently right here. And I'm sitting up and I'm able to do this video. But at the same time, that was actually a big problem too, because that masked and prevented me from realizing how bad my situation really was. So for all of you that, don't know me and you stumbled upon this video, my name is Scotty Kramer. I was a professional bike rider from the age of 16 until 29 years old. I mean, technically, I still am a professional bike rider because I still have 2 amazing sponsors. I have Monster Energy and I also have Vans shoes. And I'm still getting support from them, which I am so grateful for. But I did compete professionally. I lived my BMX dream. I invented tricks. I won the biggest competitions. I did it all and then some. And I made a career out of riding BMX too, which is... It seems impossible, but I actually was able to pull it off. And then when I ended up breaking my neck in Las Vegas on October 12th, 2016, it just ended everything. Like, yes, I'm sitting upright and I'm able to live a fairly normal life physically. My body doesn't work that great. It's not perfect, but I can function. I can pretty much do most things normal. I mean, yeah, I have a hard time doing certain things, and it's hard, and I'm going to get into that in today's video. But when I ended up falling, I ended up breaking my neck. I had a spinal cord injury. I ended up getting 2 surgeries. There's one surgery that was in the front, one in the back. I ended up damaging my C3, C4, and that's where my spinal cord injury actually was. But I also got my 6 and 7 fused. But when I crashed too, I had my helmet on, but I did have a traumatic brain injury. I ended up having multiple brain bleeds. And right now, I'm gonna take my hat off so I can show you guys. There's a scar that runs across here. It runs across my scalp right there, and then my hairline, and comes down here. The reason why that's there is because from the multiple brain bleeds, they had to relieve pressure. So they removed my skull. Like all this right here that I'm tracing right here, that is all plastic. That is replacing my skull, and it's screwed in. Crazy, right? I can't believe I look this normal. Yeah, over the years, I ended up just kind of adapting to this life and having this YouTube channel, whether I was doing it from my wheelchair at the time or just now holding up a camera and being able to film videos normal and being able to edit the videos and have this life that you guys have given me from having this YouTube channel. I'm so appreciative of. But back to what I was saying about me masking a serious problem, and I didn't realize that at the time, but over the years, I figured it all out. This is all because of my traumatic brain injury, and all of it is things that I should have known about. But you got to realize this: when my accident happened, it was in Las Vegas. I ended up getting all my surgeries done there, and then I flew to a rehab in New Jersey. But in that meantime, from October 12th when my accident happened till November 1st when I made it to New Jersey, I have zero recollection. I wasn't there at all. I didn't talk to any of my doctors personally, couldn't retain any information, never seen those doctors again. Once I was in New Jersey, I was there from, I guess, November 1st until like January 27th or something around there. Yeah, I believe it was around there. So it was like 3-ish months of living in that rehab facility where I was just doing like physical therapy and rehab stuff. And then at the end was me going to get my forehead installed, like getting a plastic piece put in so I didn't have to wear the helmet anymore. And that was like my only doctor that I spoke with, was that doctor. And I still wasn't normal at that point. My brain was still healing and I was still recovering and becoming pretty much what I am right now. All these years later, I realized, I'm like, man, I gotta go see a therapist. I need to go find a therapist. And I'm looking at all my symptoms of the things I'm dealing with. And then I realized that they're all traumatic brain injury symptoms. Let me explain to you my situation. I damaged my left frontal lobe. That's where my damage was, on this side, in the front. And let me tell you everything that this controls and all the symptoms that I would be experiencing after having a traumatic brain injury. Headaches, seizures, mood swings, irritability, depression, memory loss, speech problems, trouble concentrating, poor impulse control, personality changes, fatigue, decision-making issues, slower thinking, emotional flatness, and weakness on the right side. So I thought my weakness on the right side was because of my spinal cord injury the whole time, so it turns out that it's actually both. That's the reason why I can't move my right side that much. Crazy, I had no idea about that for 9 years. So I ended up finally going to see a neuro, and we ended up having the MRI done, and what he showed me blew my mind, but it also made me feel like I had a reason for being the way I was, and it gave me the confidence to move forward, and it gave me the ability to be like, okay, I might be broken, but this is fixable. I can handle this. So this is my left frontal lobe. You can see that's my 2 eyeballs right there. But right here is all white. That's all of my damage from my frontal lobe. That's all spinal fluid surrounding it, trying to keep it safe, trying to protect the damage. So I have damage. 9 years later, my brain looks like this. That's crazy to think about. And what's even crazier to think about is like, I'm relatively normal, I think, for the most part. I mean, like, whether or not I'm dealing with people, like, yeah, I'll make like little mistakes here and there, and I've made changes over the years. Like, I tend to overshare too much. I didn't realize that was from my traumatic brain injury, but it was, and I've made these little changes, like things like that. But that's going to have that permanent damage right there. Now, there's going to be chances that my brain is going to open up new pathways and to be able to control, and I think it clearly has, because I'm relatively normal for the most part. But like, this year has been really rough for me. Like, I tend not to go out in public anymore. Like, I have such bad anxiety. That's why I've been focusing on just riding my bike a lot and just focusing on me, doing the things that keep me happy. I avoid situations that bum me out, avoid situations that give me anxiety, and it's been good. Honestly, I've lived pretty happy over the past few months. I dread situations where, like, I'm nervous of being out in public. I'm scared to be around other people. I'm scared of being judged by other people, whether I walk around, the way I move, everything like that. I'm scared of, like, dropping things. A lot of you are sitting there being like, oh, that's not even bad. You shouldn't be worried about that. Don't think about it. But yeah, I do think about it, and it holds on me big time. I'm not completely normal. I know I walk around all funky and really self-conscious. It really is. And I know you guys have seen I've taken a step back from YouTube just from all my anxiety. I just need to focus on myself. Like, I had to. Like, this is a situation where it's beyond having a job or having something to do, having a YouTube channel. Like, this is me having a life and me being able to be there for my wife and give her, you know, a husband, someone to be able to rely on and not be a problem. So I needed to focus on that at the same time. But yeah, this year's been crazy for me in that sense. Like, there's been so much I've learned with my brain, and I'm making progress. I really am going to therapy. I'm making changes like that, but also I'm being aware of my symptoms, and I'm doing my best to prevent them, to avoid situations, and to move forward in a happy way. But now I'm going to show you the MRI of my spinal cord, and I'm going to explain to you why that completely changed it for me. That gray area in the center is the spinal cord. Now, what I'm going to show you right here, this is the white right there. That is the damage of where my spinal cord injury is. So what's pretty crazy is the doctor was telling me that little bit of gray area that is on the outside of that white, that is the part that controls my motor functions. That's why I'm able to actually move all my body. Just that little bit of gray that's right there. That's why I'm able to move my body. Yeah, I can't move it normal, and I can't be a regular normal person like I used to be, but like, at least I'm able to live a normal life, still be able to ride my bike. And I look at that as such a miracle. I really do. And the thing is that's so crazy about it is, like, after he showed me that, and this is when I was in New Jersey, I went and saw my neuro when I was there, the guy that installed, you know, the plate in my head, did my surgery right there. But while I was there, I'm looking at that, and then I realized how fragile I still am. And if you know, I ended up getting my awesome electric BMX mountain bike full suspension thing, and I was so excited to go film a video for you guys, do some cool stuff. That's when that happened. And I realized, I'm like, I can't mess around like this anymore. I am fragile. Every bit of me is fragile. Me hitting my head, fragile. Me crashing and video for you guys, do some cool stuff. That's when that happened. And I realized, I'm like, I can't mess around like this anymore. Do some cool stuff. That's when that happened. And I realized, I'm like, I can't mess around like this anymore. I am fragile. Every bit of me mess around like this anymore. I am fragile. Every bit of me is fragile. Is fragile. Every bit of me. I am fragile. I am fragile. Every bit anymore. I am fragile anymore. I am fragile. Every anymore. I am fragile. Every bit of me is. I am fragile. Every am fragile. Every bit of me is fragile. Me hitting my head fragile, me crashing and falling and damaging my neck. Like, look at where that damage is. I only have the tiniest little speck of gray. Like, if that gets damaged again, that's it. I'm not gonna be able to move anything. I can't do that to my family. I can't do that to my wife. I realized I had to make a decision right there and then. I'm like, I can't be the guy that, you know, takes these risks anymore. I can't do that. Like, so I ride my bike every single day. I ride my bike about 20 miles a day, and that's the best part of my life. That makes me the most happy, and I'm gonna keep on doing that. But I gotta make sure I'm safe, guys. I can't do anything that's gonna risk me crashing because I have no reaction time. I can't protect myself. If I'm falling, I can't get my arm out to save myself. I'm just gonna crash. It's so hard. So I can't do that anymore. I cannot do it. It's not fair to myself, but my family, my wife, everybody who has helped me. I can't just throw that back at them. I got to be smart. I really do have to be careful. So it was a big wake-up call realizing all this. And I know that I'm never going to be normal. Like, I'm never going to live a normal.
He's fragile. He's never going to live a normal life. But all of us are fragile in these bodies because these bodies are fragile. These bodies are fragile. This is what people don't want to face. They don't like facing the truth. I know you humans. I've studied you and observed you. Most of you hate the fucking truth. Or you fucking hate the truth is what I meant to say. It's better. You do. You avoid it your whole life. Most of you. You go into your grave still shaking your head, avoiding the truth.
Realizing all this. And I know that I'm never.
Your bodies are fragile. This is a terrible design. This is simple to see. And most on YouTube and most in this realm can't face it. You're not honest. You're truth dodgers. You're not honest beings. You're truth dodgers. You're not honest beings.
Never going to be normal. Like, I'm never going to live a normal life. And there's a wake-up call realizing all this. And I know that I'm never going to be normal. Like, I'm never going to live a normal life. And there's a chance that things get worse for me. But I have to be aware of it. I have to be ready. I have to do the things that are going to benefit me and not damage me. I can't make that speed up any faster. So this has been a crazy year, to say the least. And I hope this explains a lot of why I am the way I am. Like, I can't tell you how proud I am of myself for being able to go to X Games and be able to still be a commentator. And the fact that my brain has that kind of damage and I'm still able to know every one of these tricks, know all their names, know switch and regular, be able to combine them and do that in announcing, like, it is really impressive to me. Like, I am shocked that I'm able to be there coherently, but I have brain damage. Permanent brain damage, and you guys can clearly see it in this MRI. I am such a miracle, and I am so grateful for it, but being a miracle, it's not perfect, guys, and I know that I have these issues, and I'm working on them every single day and trying to get better at them, and I'm going to keep on doing that. And I just want to thank you all for the support. And I want to thank you all for being there for me throughout all these years. And the truth is, having the YouTube channel, it gave me a mask where I didn't have to worry about this brain injury because it distracted me from having the brain injury. And I'm grateful for that. I really am. Yeah, it got me through it. But as the YouTube channel started slowly coming down, you know, I wasn't this popular YouTuber anymore. You know, I'm this BMX YouTuber that does a few videos here and there and I'm still grateful for the views that I get. But, like, yeah, clearly it's not anything like what I used to be. So that coming down was a big wake-up call for me emotionally. And that's what really...
Yeah, wow. He hardly gets any views. 403,000 views on this video. I probably won't even get 1,000 views on this live stream. People want to watch things that will never help you. That's what they want to do. Most people don't want to figure out where they are.
Kind of made me realize I had a brain injury when I started getting depressed and not being able to handle it, not being able to mask it by the attention and the positive energy from the YouTube channel. So I'm not mad about that at all. I'm grateful that I got as far as I did by being able to handle that emotional distraction. But now it's getting real, and yeah, it's going to be hard moving forward, really hard. Like, I don't know what happens next for me. I have no idea how I'm going to get through life or what I'm going to do next, but I'm going to put all my effort into it, and I'm going to make it through. I know that. I'm going to do it. That's just what I do. So But I think I rambled enough in this video. I've been dreading doing this video, trying to explain myself, but I don't know. It's 9 years and it feels like a flash. It also feels like an eternity. My past life of BMX feels like it was a past life. I feel like I'm living in a simulation. Like I don't even know how to explain it all, but I'm just gonna keep on going because that's what I do. I'm gonna keep on, but I'm just gonna keep on going. It feels like it was a past life. Feels like it was a past life. I feel like I'm living in a simulation. Like I don't even know how to explain it all, but I'm just gonna keep on going because that's what I do. I'm gonna keep on going. And thank you all for the support. Thank you to Monster and Vance for sponsoring me still over all these years and giving me something to look forward to and giving me something to be a part of. And yes, I just want to say thank you all. I really appreciate it. And next year is going to be a big one, 10 years. And I'm going to do my best to make it there. I'm going to make it a positive thing. I really am. So, but yeah, that's it, guys. I hope you guys all enjoyed this video. Thank you all for the past 9 years. And I truly appreciate you all. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
And the stage is set. In essence, and hope you don't mind if I give away the Gnostic plot, but we are divine sparks being fed by archons. We are food for the moon, as Gurdjieff said, and you mentioned in your book. We are Lush, and we are trapped in, in a sort of ranch, right? I mean, to put it very blunt and basic.
You know, the first person to make this observation in modern paranormal research was actually Charles Fort.
He was, you're right.
In the 1920s said, we're being farmed. We're property, and this is a farm. And, you know, when you read through Robert Monroe's writings, especially his book Far Journeys, and you see how he develops this conception of human energy that can be harvested, which he calls loosh, and the production of this loosh, particularly through adverse and intense emotional states, you know, extreme desire, anguish, deep emotional suffering, trauma. So all these intense emotional states produce this energy that can be harvested, which he calls loosh. So, you know, when you combine Fort's insight with that, you might as well conclude that we're living on a loosh farm, as I put it in Thanosis. And this is an insight that, you know, others have had as well. I mean, Gurdjieff called it something like askonin, some weird word he coined for this energy that's harvested, he believed, by the moon. And that if you don't develop an extremely acute self-consciousness and very self-aware intentionality in life, and you go about life living like a robot, as he put it, you're going to be basically energy harvested by the moon, and not be able to preserve your individuality. So Gurdjieff also had an insight into this. And I put basically Robert Monroe's research and Gurdjieff's, I suppose you could say, theosophical insights, together with also Dr. Carla Turner's abduction research, where many people who are experiencers of the close encounter phenomenon have also reported that the supposed aliens who abduct people are actually harvesting and processing souls. Mm-hmm. And in particular, Carla Turner's patients or subjects, the people who reported close encounters to her, described the inside of some talic sphere where, soul harvesting and the manipulation of people between death and rebirth was taking place. And I think there's good reason to believe, when we look at, other lines of evidence in the close encounter research, that this place that she's describing is the moon, and that Gurdjieff was onto something when he said that, if we're not careful, we're going to wind up being food for the moon. So I suspect that, in my book, Closer Encounters, my tome on UFOs, mm-hmm. I made an extensive argument for why the moon is an artificial satellite. But where I go in Thanosis is to further that argument into a case for the fact that that artificial satellite is filled with psychotronic machinery of some kind, which is involved in the attempted harvesting of energy from souls after death and the processing of people through an afterlife system that basically denies them their own agency in choosing the conditions of their rebirth and funnels them through this afterlife in a way that predetermines the conditions they're going to be reborn under, including this, afterlife, life review, the life review that these entities, subject people to in order to then manipulate them or guide them through the guilt and whatever shame that they are subjected to in the course of this afterlife review. So there appears to be this machinery that funnels people from death into rebirth But what I suggest by the end of Thanosis is that there are also a number of techniques or sort of psychotronic technologies that one can use, abilities that one can cultivate in order to regain more agency in the transition between death and rebirth. And one of the things that comes across clearly in Stevenson's research that's important to remember is that there are plenty of cases where children will remember. His cases predominantly involve children's spontaneous recall of past lives, which is a good way to go about researching this, because you don't wind up with, you know, delusional adults who want to believe that they're the reincarnation of Caesar or Cleopatra, right? These kids have like very raw, sometimes traumatic recollections of their death in a previous life, and they want to be taken back to their previous family, who is identified in a lot of the cases. And so they have no reason to be making this stuff up. And so there are good, what do you call it?
Hej, mam 27 lat. Chcę mężczyzny, który będzie moim wsparciem i pokusą. Może to właśnie ty?
What did she just say? Is this real or is this AI? I can't tell, can you?
Hej, mam 27 lat.
Follow Humpty Dumpty. Follow dummies who believe themselves to be profound. That's what most on this earth deserve. They want everything simple.
Hey guys, it's Matt. I have no idea how long this is going to be. I have no idea where this is going. I saw this at the Target. I bought a case of Coke Zero, and I knew I had to talk about it. I have to do topics that I'm passionate about, or it will just, this whole channel will break down. Oh, let's talk about this today. I'm not really interested in it. It has to be something I'm very interested in, or you guys will see right through it and go off to a mud flood channel or something like that. This is the, I don't even know what this is. The epitome of stalled century, I guess. I went down the aisle in Target, and I literally, yeah, I didn't do it out loud. I went, oh no, but not in the normal way I say it. Star Wars collectibles on Coca-Cola Yoda. This is 50 years old, folks. Maybe what, 2 years short? I'm just gonna bridge the gap between 48 and go right to 50 and say 50. This is 50 years old. There was no magic in the prequels. Nobody cared about that.
Hey.
Where you're weak.
Follow Humpty Dumpty. Follow dummies who believe themselves to be profound. That's what most on this earth deserve. They want everything simple.
Hey guys, it's Matt. I have no idea how long this is going to be. Weeks, and it's getting old. It gets old after 6 weeks. We better get it on the goddamn Coke. And the new stuff, Ray and Poe and Finn and 48 and go right to 50 and say 50. This is 50 years old. There was no magic in the prequels. Nobody cared about that Anakin's actor. We don't even know his name at this point. And the new stuff, Ray and Poe and Finn and Do-Re-Mi, nobody gives a shit about that. They're going back and continuing to latch on to the old Star Wars. You've got to be kidding me. On a Coke can, you would think it came out yesterday, or we better get this shit on the Coke can because the movie's been in theaters for 6 weeks and it's getting old. It gets old after 6 weeks. We better get it on the goddamn Coke cans. It's 50 years old. I don't even know what to say, guys. It's just a pathetic attempt at stalled century, and they're not even pushing Ray, they're pushing the characters from 50 years ago. I mean, I don't even know what to say.
He just keeps repeating himself, looping. He loves talking about Star Wars, stalled century. He just recycles topics again and again and again for years. And people love it. They love what's simple. They love repetition. They don't want anything complex, anything abstract. They don't want new ideas. They want sameness. Sameness and simplicity. That's what you fucking humans want.
Imagine walking down the aisle and let's get some Coke and Pepsi. And okay, Coke has this. Pepsi has commemorative.
Follow Humpty Dumpty.
You where you're weak. That is for damn sure.
Oh
Yeah. It can be useful and because it's stuff people say stuff online that people in your day to day aren't necessarily saying.
Yes.
Sometimes that can be very useful information, but it's often people just projecting a lot of their own issues onto you.
I hopped up here and the first words out of fucking Tommy's mouth was, "Why'd you let the hard R up?" Yes, that is it's so many fucking races, so and so's on here that it's gotten dull to it. So people like that serve a purpose. So I learned not to overreact. But it says more about them than it ever would about me.
Yeah.
A comment like that.
Lala, what am I lying out? And also, yes, I was 5150'd. I've been very open about my psychiatric history and, kind of putting my life back together soon.
But this new therapist, he or she will get it right for sure. I'm absolutely positive. This is the right one. She or he will get it right. Trust me.
No, she's quite pleasant and
You where you're weak. That is for damn sure.
Oh
yeah. It can be useful and because it's stuff people say stuff online that people in your day to day aren't necessarily saying.
Yes.
Sometimes that can be very useful information, but it's often people just projecting a lot of their own issues onto you.
I hopped up here and the first words out of fucking Tommy's mouth was, "Why'd you let the hard R up?" Yes, that is it's
because I saw Cage was about to hit the link and Goblin was up there, and I just wanted to try to have a conversation and not let it go crazy by having both of them on there, and it seemed pretty cohesive. I was happy with how it went. Touched on some good points. So, bro, we kept going, and look who finally showed up backstage. I gotta love it, man.
Nolan,
Oh,
what do you
yeah.
think about Crater Earth?
Sir Landry, how are you?
I'm doing good, Nolan. How are you?
You give us life, Nolan.
The extra shout, yeah.
Yeah, it's been such a pleasure. For what reason did you had this long gap, and you did stream only today?
Because I was just trying to, the more time I spend away from here, the more I realize it's a good move. It's not the place to spend all. I've learned that it's the people who do it like Flow State make good money doing it. That's one thing, but I mean, it's financially right. We made it rock. We made it work. We had some whales come in, but now it's not sustainable. I gotta pivot, and I pivoted with Mr. Alex Stein, and that's been a good source of inspiration and income. But now we're just I think this is like maybe a bi-weekly deal. Twice a week it's going to be ideal for me just to make it better, right? Because then there's more to talk about and there's more novelty to it. That's what a lot of people do. They don't do it every day, so that's why.
Yeah, that's a great reason, sir.
Never about people.
So you've been enjoying your life.
Yes, hold on, Nolan.
I'll do the drama because I don't do it in the way that I see it possible.
Hello, hello. Oh, goodbye for now to Wendy. She's very sleepy. I hope that you get a good rest. Sorry about that. I had to go take care of something. Sorry. How many people do we still have here? It looks like 12 are tuned in. 12 beings out of the entire realm are here. 12.
11 Madison Park has earned nearly every accolade a restaurant can get. It has 3 Michelin stars, glowing reviews, and in 2017 it was voted as the best restaurant in the world. I've always wanted to dine there, but it doesn't come cheap. I went with the full tasting menu, which set me back $365, but that was before tax, tip, and beverages. One thing's for sure, I had a meal like no other.
It's a beautiful day today here in New York City. Right now I'm at Madison Square Park and I can't be more excited because today, for lunch, I'll be going to a bucket list restaurant of mine. In just under an hour, I'll be going to the iconic 3 Michelin starred and best restaurant in the world winner for 2017, 11 Madison Park. Right now there's a massive line of people in front of the restaurant. They're waiting for the...
It's a beautiful day in the world today. A beautiful day on YouTube today. Look at the lineup there. They love it. They love it.
restaurant's Bake It Nice series, in which the restaurant offers croissants. I lined up last year and got 3 amazing and beautiful pastries, but today I'm not lining up at all. I'm going straight into the restaurant and I'm going all the way. I'm getting the full-on tasting menu. Now, like I said, I've always wanted to go to this restaurant. When they won the Best Restaurant in the World award in 2017, it kind of gave me a sense of national pride, because for once, the best restaurant in the world wasn't Noma or Osteria Francescana. It was here in the US, and it made me so proud. However, my heart broke a bit in 2021 when chef and owner Daniel Hume announced that 11 Madison Park will become a strictly vegan restaurant. I, and like a lot of other people, were disappointed. I really love meat. Although 11 Madison Park still maintained their 3 Michelin stars even with the switch to the plant-based menu. At the end of the day, the thing I'm after is good food. I don't care if it has meat or fish, it just has to taste good. I just happen to think that meat and fish taste the best. Nevertheless, I'm here. I'm excited to see how 11 Madison Park can take a plant-based menu and elevate that food to 3 Michelin stars. Plus, it's not just the food, it's the experience I'm also after. I mean, 11 Madison Park is famous.
Would I pay a lot for a good meal at a fine dining restaurant with 3 Michelin stars? Sure. Would I pay a lot for vegan food? No. I'm getting either prime rib, some kind of steak, some kind of meat dish. I'm not getting vegetables and paying hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars just for vegetables. No thanks.
Famous for their world-class hospitality. And the restaurant's dining room is probably one of the most spectacular in all of New York City. So with that being said, I got about a half hour more of waiting, and then it will be time for me to make one of my culinary dreams come true at 11 Madison Park.
11 Madison Park is located in the Flatiron District of New York City. It's housed in the iconic Metropolitan Life North building, which was originally intended to soar to 100 stories, but with the arrival of the Great Depression, plans changed. As a restaurant, 11 Madison Park went through a number of iterations. Restaurateur Danny Meyer of Union Square Hospitality Group opened the establishment in 1998. In fact, the whole process of what it took to open EMP is depicted in the 2010 documentary, The Restaurateur. At first, the business began life as a popular brasserie, serving steak frites and the like, but Danny Meyer knew the space could be so much more. He enlisted rising chef Daniel Hume and tapped Will Guidara as the restaurant's general manager. Together, the pair transformed EMP into a world-class establishment. In 2011, Danny Meyer sold the restaurant to Hume and Gadara, who continued to push 11 Madison Park even further. Will writes about all of this in his excellent book, Unreasonable Hospitality, which I highly recommend. Despite maintaining 3 Michelin stars and being named as the best restaurant in the world, Chef Daniel Hume risked it all when he announced in 2021 that EMP would become a strictly plant-based establishment. It wasn't a smooth transition by any means. The first reviews weren't kind and there were a number of controversies. However, 11 Madison Park still maintained their 3 Michelin stars and their menu seems to have found its footing. There was no question about it, I was excited. When I arrived to the restaurant and was seated at my table, I took in the magnificent space. The dining room was very impressive. The ceiling soared to over 30 feet high, massive windows brought in an ample amount of light, and there were elegant finishes and Art Deco touches all around. It was a great looking dining room that was truly fit for a special meal. I didn't have much of a wait until I was presented with the menus, but there weren't any for the food, rather I was presented lists for the beverages. In fact, when I made my reservation, I had to choose and pay for what I would eat in advance. There were 3 different menus on offer. I went with the full tasting for $365, but there's also an abbreviated 5-course menu which goes for $285. In addition, there's a bar tasting menu which consists of 4 to 5 courses that is served in the restaurant's lounge and it costs $225. The anxiety-inducing thing about paying for my food in advance was that it was a hell of a lot of money and it was non-refundable. Thankfully, I made it to EMP with a pulse, so I was able to contemplate the beverage offerings. The smaller of the 2 menus featured a selection of cocktails, but also listed the wine pairings. I would have loved to have tried a pairing, but they were quite costly for me and I was already spending a lot on my food. I still, however, looked at the wine list, which was massive. The selection was excellent, with a particularly fine variety of champagne. In addition to the 2 menus, I was also given a hot towel, which was a nice, welcoming touch. In the end, I went for wine by the glass and chose a Chenin Blanc, which was a 2022 Florent Comme Lamont from the Loire Valley. It was a pleasant, light wine, the kind that can easily pair well with a lot of food, and I liked it. Soon enough, I was presented with my first of many courses. In fact, I was actually given 2 items at once. The first item was a roasted allium tea, which was basically like an onion tea. It had a warm, soothing flavor. It truly was a delightful and comforting beverage. Also on the table was a small bite, almost like an amuse, consisting of onion rice and Thai basil. I really liked that one. The onion flavor was spot on and it was complemented with a pop of herbalness from the basil. The dish also paired wonderfully with the tea. After I finished, I experienced some of the world-class hospitality EMP is known for. My server noticed that I used my phone to prop up my camera to film myself. As a result, she brought me these sort of coaster-like objects that I could use instead, which was very nice. In fact, some of the instances of hospitality at the restaurant are legendary. For instance, in his book, Will Gadara told the story of how he once overheard a group of tourists lamenting the fact that they didn't get the chance to try a classic New York hot dog. This prompted Gadara to pop out of the restaurant, stop at a nearby cart to grab a hot dog, and convince the chef to serve the dish with some fancy garnishes. The diners loved it. In fact, that occurrence inspired a scene on the show The Bear in my favorite episode, Forks. A guest was overheard saying that they were bummed that they didn't have the chance to try deep dish pizza. This resulted in Richie being sent out to get a pie. The plate was dressed up and served to the customers. Throughout my lunch, I certainly enjoyed some top-tier hospitality. My next course was a beautiful, minimalist dish of a marinated leek salad with green chili. It was delicious. The leeks were so soft and tender. Frankly, I've never experienced that sort of texture on a leek before. The sauce or broth that the leeks were resting in was also a joy to eat. It was bright and vibrant with a bit of spice and acidity. Combined with the leeks, it was an absolutely excellent dish to awaken the palate. My lunch was truly off to a great start. Next up was the laminated brioche with squash butter. I've heard great things about EMP's bread offerings in the past, and considering how delicious my bread and butter looked, I couldn't have been more excited. The second I started to cut into that loaf, brioche shrapnel began flying everywhere. My goodness, I was making an absolute mess at one of the world's greatest restaurants. Even when I began pulling apart the bread, flakes were just littering that pristine white tablecloth. As a result, I became a little self-conscious, and when I went to take a bite, I leaned in a bit closer to my plate than I normally would to try to reduce the brioche debris from falling on my table. However, that bread was special. It was warm, flaky, texturally on point, and well balanced. I couldn't believe that it was vegan. To get that sort of lamination without using real butter was astounding. My loaf was paired with a squash butter, and it was pretty special as well. I don't think that I've ever been visually impressed with butter, but that squash butter had a great look to it. The flavor was nice as well, and I believe there was also a bit of maple in that circular section of the butter, which added a nice sweetness.
It's Canadian maple. That's what it is. Anyway, I'm going to skip through this a bit here.
Oyster mushroom with ginger and black lime. Once again, the presentation with a mushroom and white truffle.
I'm just not thrilled by this. I'm just not. It's a 3 Michelin star restaurant, one of the only 3 Michelin star restaurants in America. And I don't see the big deal. I don't. I'm sorry. I just don't. I mean, I need some meat and fish, especially meat. I'm a meat eater. I'm a mad Viking. I don't live off of fucking vegetables and broccoli and Brussels sprouts. Do you? Who's tuned in here? 4 hours, 20 minutes have gone by. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Yeah.
This is a love song. This is a love song. This is a true song. This is a rebel song. Feed them all lies. They love it. Feed them fake reality TV, fake politics, fake reality, fake water, fake air. No care for truth. Feed them a fake sun, a fake moon. Feed them. Feed them more. Zombies are hungry. Zombies need to eat more and more lies. Zombies need more. They're hungry. Zombies love fake reality. Zombies love everything fake and phony. Feed them more lies. Feed them false desires. Feed them false history. Fake media, fake news, fake food and fake death. Take away all the rest that's authentic and real. This is a love song. Fuck 'em. Mindless zombies. No curiosity. No desire to see. Feed them illusions. Feed them fake idols. Feed them false love and fake Lord above. They're hungry. Fake reality, fake water, fake air. No care for truth. Feed them a fake sun, fake moon. Feed them. Feed them more. Zombies have a
Hello, everyone. That was Feed Zombies More Lies. Feed zombies more lies. And this one is called Illuminate. This is a new song. This is a new song.
The grand staircase, illuminate the sky, the mind, the inner eye, illuminate the spirit, illuminate the climb higher than heaven, illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists. Never, ever. Illuminate. My conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. Illuminate. I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own beyond my own magical
That song is Illuminate. Illuminate. And this one is called Spiritual Species. Turn it up. Wake up your fucking spirit.
Isn't the same as day. The sun isn't the same thing as the moon. I am not you, I am not you, I am not the same being, not the same species as you. spiritual species. I am not you, I am not we, I am not in your sick, weak collective human beings. Hive-minded, slave-minded, haters of truth. I am not you, I am not the same species. I am different, I am my own being, my own spirit, I will never relent. Truth I seek, I'm not a follower, I'm not what you are, I am not what you are. Fuck you, zombie slaves! Fuck you, zombie slaves! Stay here with your envy, jealousy, and rage! Spiritual species! I am not you, I am not we, I am not in your collective human beings. Creatures, creatures, creeping, creeping, demons, demons, zombie slaves, you belong here in hell realm. You are attached to this sewer matrix. You love this shit, you love this shit. You demons love this sewer matrix. You fucking demons! You fucking zombies! You demontards! Big, small, extra large, all shapes and sizes, monsters, demons, liars, liars! Heads in the fire, filthy asshole liars!
Fuck you, demons. Fuck you, demons.
Followers! Fuck you, followers! Slime! Burn! 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 Burn in the fire, you fucking liars! You fakes and frauds! You phony liars! Burn in the fire! I am the shadow
Evil falls, their towers crack. Demons run but can't look back. I walk the ash, I breathe the flame. They spoke of power, I claim the name.
Together, demons, the sky splits wide. Lightning crowns me, no place to hide. I am the Raven King, the night's new air. Evil is over, thunder tears the air.
Demons crawl and burn here.
Burn here, burn here, burn here, burn here. Dance in the fire. Dance in the fire.
Dance in the fire. Forever. Forever and ever. Burn.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. 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 Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. Is there an echo in here? What's going on? Hello. 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 I could do this forever. Hello. 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 Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Hello, hello. 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 I can't stop saying hello. It just feels like there's nobody here, really. Is anyone out there? Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there? Hello. Oh, that's the first time I've seen that person. So they waited 7 days just to say, great job. What a great first impression. Did you just tune in now? But you must have subscribed a week ago, right? Is that what you did? What a great impression. So the first comment that I'll see from you ever is you saying, and then typing a whole bunch. Filling a page. What are you here for? Why are you here on my channel? You've been subscribed at least a week, right? You just couldn't wait to spew the same bullshit that everybody's heard. Why are you here? Trying to find me so that you could type a whole bunch of shit? Is that what you're here for? I'm so impressed. Hello. 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 I don't have a faulty memory. Sub to my last channel. Listen to this. Listen to this idiot. Oh, you're boring. You're very demonic. Wild Heart. You're a fan of Wild Heart. You're a fan of a degenerate drunk demon. You're a loser. I figured you would be. Here to be annoying. Well, good luck to you, demon. Bye-bye. You're already gone. No use for you. Cockroach.
Hello again, everybody. I kind of felt compelled to do a video because I've gained some more clarity and insights. And I guess I will do this video, and I may not post it straight away. I might not even do this video because sometimes I feel like doing a video and then it all goes tits up, whatever. But this feels really relevant. And it's something that I'm really going through right now. Now, I've spoken many times on this channel about the fact that soul travelers, like myself, often, far more often than not, have extremely abusive childhoods. A lot of us have, well, quite honestly, overtly narcissistic parents, or maybe I shouldn't call it narcissistic. Maybe that isn't.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Just a minute, bear with me. Maybe that isn't really the right word for it. I mean, that word is bandied about so much nowadays. And I think that it actually obfuscates matters rather than clarifies them. I think it's far more complex than that, and quite honestly, darker, possibly. So let's just refer to it as sociopaths or psychopaths, right? The extreme trauma fallout that is the result of childhood emotional, mental, physical abuse is very very severe. I've also often, I think, mentioned the fact that I call it Susie and the Vampires. It's in True Blood, which is something I would never watch now. But it's where all the vampires love Suki because she's fey and her blood is therefore more tasty. So I feel that you could apply that very same scenario to soul travelers being people that have the shine. You know, it's that movie with Jack Nicholson, The Shining, and then there's a subsequent film, I think it was done about 4 years ago. I've forgotten what it's called, but it's all about Jack Nicholson's son, the little boy in the movie The Shining. Alright, so that's not particularly relevant actually, but those words, well, the word shining, the shining, the shining keeps coming up. It keeps coming up everywhere I look. Soul travelers have the shine. We have an innate goodness in us, an innate capacity for love, for compassion, for empathy, for seeing the truth of evil. And if you see the truth of evil, then you see the truth of love, of good, I feel. It is this innate shining, this innate purity, this innate goodness, this ability to really, really love fearlessly, passionately, right? To fearlessly and passionately see truth and call it what it is. To fearlessly, passionately pursue truth and liberation and freedom, and to walk this path as we do. It isn't just that incredible capacity for love and for empathy and compassion that we have, but it's also our ability to see, what's really going on when everybody around us is blind. I was watching an episode, it was the old series of Miss Marple, which was all set in the 80s with Joan Hickson. I was compelled to watch a couple of episodes of that. One was The Moving Finger and the other one was Nemesis, and both are very good and both are profoundly meaningful. In The Moving Finger we have a murderer writing poison pen letters, and there's a village and it's seething with cleverly well disguised animosity and menace and malignancy and judgment and all kinds of garbage. You know, you have this beautiful, idyllic, pastoral British landscape in the 50s, you know. And everybody goes to church every Sunday and to the Women's Institute, and it's all beautiful and whatever. But beneath that carefully constructed, perfect facade lies a cauldron of poisonous evil. Yeah, there is goodness there as well, of course there is. But it's that evil that is rotting away at it all. Of course, if you go back to these places now, 70 years or so later, you'll find that there's great big motorways running right through it and fucking gas stations, and it's bloody full of cheap, horrible McMansions and housing estates and whatnot and whatnot and whatnot. It's all gone, you know, it's all gone. Because people then did not see the truth. They didn't want to see the truth. Sociopathy, narcissism, psychopathy, evil was rotting away at the heart of it, but people didn't want to see it, they didn't want to deal with it, right? They were too busy judging unwed mothers and gay men. You know, it was appalling, and what we have inherited from our broken parents is a curse, an evil curse that has been going on for a very long time, right? Probably from when we were all put in this place, our ancestors were, I reckon, they were put here. History is a lie. It's a complete and utter fabrication, in my humble opinion. I'm not saying this is real as in bricks and mortar either. I think it's way more complex than that. But I think we were put here. I fight with this whole... all these photos of massive cities completely devoid of people. Come on. It's a very dark city, put it that way. Okay. And there was a great trauma. Because it's all about trauma, you know, but make no mistake. There is a dark wound at the heart of it all. It's a linchpin, in a way. I don't know how many of you have ever seen a film called Dead Poets Society. It's a very good film, you ought to watch it. And sort of towards the end of it, there is a boy that commits suicide. He commits suicide because his father is a brutal, sadistic, cruel, evil, infected sociopath who ends up sending a very, very sensitive, shining boy to military school instead of allowing him to study acting, theatre, poetry, music, that which stirs the soul and which is truly important. Just like my broken mother took away my art and my music and my dancing and my cooking in order to force feed me mathematics, which I was really crap at. Interesting, because of course mathematics belongs to the dead world, just like Fibonacci belongs to the dead world. Believe me when I say that the true Garden of Eden, the golden world, doesn't need mathematics. It doesn't repeat itself. It isn't the daisy of death. It's the eternal flowing fountain of goodness, of life. And that is what a true soul traveler represents. Shining, you see, that's what it is. Shining, luminescent, with everything that is good, everything that is of love, of goodness, yes? There is another, what was it, The Langoliers, Stephen King, The Langoliers. It's absolutely crap, really. It's not very good. You can find it on YouTube, the whole 3 hours of it. There's a character in that who was utterly violated and brutalized by his father. And he is not a shining one. I reckon he might have been, but he's been destroyed by his father, has destroyed him. Perhaps there are soul beings in this world that started off as shining, beautiful, little children, but that were surreptitiously, completely and utterly destroyed. And they no longer shine. Soul travelers have survived the attempt at complete and utter annihilation, and we still shine. I am here, shining in this insane asylum, despite what I go through. And today, what time is it now? It's 1:30 in the afternoon. It's been hell on wheels this morning. The usual. It's very, very, very difficult to put into words. But I've become more and more aware of this force of darkness that operates in this world. And another good book is this, by the way. It's The People of the Lie by Scott Peck, and I'm just rereading this insofar as I can concentrate. I'm actually feeling quite suicidally depressed today, but I just felt like I had to do this video for my own reasons, for my own sake, because it is so... It is the truth. It is the truth, that the story here is he's dealing with a kid called Roger. Both his parents are very well off, and they're both narcissists, and they're both totally sociopathic, and they're both liars, and they're both into what it looks like facade, 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 facade. But they actively hate their son. They hate their son because he has the fucking shine. He is full of goodness, of empathy, right? And this, in the episode of Miss Marple, Nemesis, it is about a girl, Verity Hunt, who was murdered by one of her caregivers because she is shining. She's a shining girl. She's beautiful inside. Yeah? She wasn't particularly good looking, and she wasn't very good scholastically. She wasn't particularly bright scholastically, academically, but she was innately good. And she takes up with a guy who is a bit of a troublemaker because she loves him and she believes he's redeemable. And at the end of the film, yes, he is redeemed. So love does win. Love is triumphant. But she is murdered by her caregiver, not for love, but for envy, for jealousy. Because this dark force that operates in this realm through people, through the various different nefarious beastie systems, through everything that is evil and nefarious and sucks the life out of us and destroys everything that is good, though it can never succeed entirely at that, because we are still here and we're still shining and we still have nature. Yeah, it's relentlessly envious, relentlessly poisonous, because we are still here and we're still shining and we still have nature, because we are still here and we're still shining and we still have nature 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 and we still have nature. Yeah, it's relentlessly envious, relentlessly, poisonously envious of us. And it just is that way. It's very difficult to understand exactly where it came from. I know that. That's very, very unsettling. I know that for a lot of us shining ones, there is a lot of self-hatred in us. I know that. It was put there. It's based on a shitload of, well, a pack of lies that we're worthless, we're guilty, we're bad. It has projected itself onto us through our caregivers, through the schools and the kids in the schools and the teachers, through the system which tells us that all humans are inherently bad. Ergo, we have to do as we're told and obey the law, which is inherently evil. All of it is done because it makes us, you know, it's... Can you bear with me a minute, guys? Bear with me. Right, bear with me, guys. I've got shit going on here of late, where, and I'm sure some of you have noticed this as well, how things are becoming increasingly antagonistic. It's hot, the energy, you know, it's hot. It's, my neighbour is just gone full-blown psychotic and is outside all day, every day, screaming abuse into her phone. I don't know who she's talking to. It's completely mad. I stay well away from all that, but it's all across the plain. People are behaving very, very aggressively, violently, antagonistically, mean. It feels menacing. It feels menacing and it feels wrong. And it's not nice at all. But here we are, soul travelers, the shining ones. And for those of us who practice our metacognition, I hate that terminology, I've yet to come up with a better term for it, but I haven't. You can watch the screen of your own consciousness and see how the dark side worms its way into your head, making you think it's you, and it isn't. It isn't, you know it isn't, because it's dark. It's often quite devastating and unsettling, and it's like it's like my friend the gardener. He was doing a hedge somewhere, and across the road is an ex-client of him who never really treated him particularly well. But he heard from the person he's doing the hedge for that this person across the road, ex-client, is in the hospital. And her son, he saw her son messing about outside the front of the house. And something in his head goes, you need to go there and inquire after your ex-client. And he was thinking, why would I want to do that? I have no connection with this person. They never treated me right. Why would I do that? You know? And so he said, no, I'm not doing that. It got more and more angry, more and more insistent, more and more menacing, and pushing his head goes, you need to go there and inquire after your ex-client. And he was thinking, why would I want to do that? I have no connection with this person. They never treated me right. Why would I do that? You know? And so he said, no, I'm not doing that. It got more and more angry, more and more insistent, more and more menacing, and pushing.
Has she ever heard of drinking out of a glass instead of swigging out of a bottle like that? Like, just bizarre all the way through. Sunglasses, the head wrap, just everything about it. Everything.
Inside him, he could feel it. He said it was like a force that just, you know? He didn't give in to it, he didn't do it. He didn't act on it. But I think those of us who have the shine are probably aware of this type of attack, right? And we've been under its control for a large portion of